presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are St. Louis.
The National League Central Division may very well be baseball's best division. The Cardinals have been to postseason play 12 times already this century. And the Chicago Cubs, they have the best record in the game. The Pirates aren't shabby either. They are led by five-time All-Star Andrew McCutchen. Tonight, it's two of the top teams in baseball's best division. They'll square off. It's the St. Louis Cardinals, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Next on Fox Sports Midwest.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and tonight from Pittsburgh, two teams that are tied in the Central Division square off this weekend. It starts with game one. It's the Pittsburgh Pirates and the St. Louis Cardinals. Arkia in the driver's seat. Andrew McCutchen, a former MVP, with great numbers against tonight's starter, Michael Wacha, and McCutchen is in the lineup tonight. And welcome to Cardinals baseball. Jim Hayes, Al Raboski, Dan McLaughlin with you. And speaking of Michael Wacha, again, a very important start for him.
Yeah, we got to get him going. You know, he's lost 6 straight decisions and really has not pitched well. This will be a tough test for him. We hope that pitching is contagious because last night Wainwright was brilliant. Now it's Wacha's turn.
We shall see. He was brilliant last night. Does it carry over to Michael Wacha? We're about to find out. It's our Budweiser What's on Tap. Two of the top teams in the Central Division, the Cardinals, the Pirates, and it comes your way next.
Bud Light, raise 1-2 right now. By Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. It's an absolutely gorgeous night for baseball on the banks of the Allegheny. Big crowd is here. And along with Al Roboski and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin. 80 degrees here at PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Let's take a look at Mike Matheny's lineup for Game 1 of this weekend series. It'll be Matt Carpenter, followed by ALEDMYS Diaz and Matt Holliday. Then Adams, Peralta, Brandon Moss, Jeremy Hazelbaker, rare start tonight, Eric Fryer, and the pitcher Michael Walkup. And on the mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates, Garrett Cole, the 25-year-old from Newport Beach, California. He's coming off a no decision in his last start on Sunday against the Angels. He allowed 3 runs and 6 2/3 of work in a 5-4 loss.
19-game winner a year ago, 2.60 ERA. The only thing that resembles that is his ERA this year at 2.85. But they say he's not getting many swing and miss. You got to be ready to come right out of the chute. Lefties, and the reason we got a lot of lefties in the lineup is they've hit 306 against Cole. As you see, 14th season for Clint Hurdle as the manager. Overall, this is 3rd stop, and he's really found a home here in Pittsburgh.
He loves it here, family loves it here, and the Pirate fan base loves him back. A look at the Pirates defensively as we go around the horn, presented by DOBBS. Starling Marte is in left, McCutchen in center, and Polanco is in right. Gung, Mercer, Harrison, and Jaso along the infield, and Cervelli is behind the plate.
Real important for the Cardinals to be aggressive early. The first 15 pitches that Cole throws, opponents are hitting .441, and Carpenter has great numbers, .375 against Cole with 3 home runs.
And having said that, you wonder if the Cardinals would be more aggressive here in that first inning.
Still, one of the harder throwers in the league is Garrett Cole, but they say he's not getting many swing and misses.
Here's the 0-1 pitch, and that's taken high. Carpenter, very good numbers against Cole. He is 9 for 24 with 3 home runs. Overall this season at .281. And the 1-1 pitch. The issues for Cole this year have been in the first inning. .373 the on-base percentage that he's given up in the first, so we'll see if the Cardinals want to be aggressive. 2-2 the count on Matt Carpenter. Garrett Cole in his last 3 home starts, a 1.93 ERA, and he's 10 games above the 500 mark here at PNC Park in his career. The 2-2, and that's it out of play.
Carpenter, a 6-game hitting streak, so comes into this action where against the Pirates, who have handled the Cardinals this year. They've won 5 out of 6. Remember, it was just a shellacking, strikeout after strikeout, the first series of the year here in PNC Park.
The 2-2. As a matter of fact, the Cardinals in 5 of those 6 games have struck out at least 10 times. 10 or more times in 5 of the 6.
And we get Francisco Liriano, who started that off with the opening day start. But he's not throwing as well as we would think.
And that's pulled foul. So a typical Matt Carpenter at bat to start this game. Already at 7 pitches. It's Martinez and Liriano tomorrow, and then Mike Leake, Jonathan Neese. Those 2 will hook up on Sunday Night Baseball.
Problem with it, trouble he has with the first 15 pitches, Carpenter's taken most of them.
On the outside corner, and the game starts, and this series starts with a strikeout. Was it a strike? We'll take a look here. Missouri Lottery Fox Tracks.
Breaking ball, backdoored it, and you see where Carpenter took that pitch out of the strike zone, but given the call.
Greg Gibson is calling the balls and strikes. Mike Estabrook at first, Dana DeMute, the crew chief, down at second, Ed Hickox over at third. And here is Diaz. And a pitch taken high. Cardinals shortstop is batting .322. That's in the top 10 of the National League. 8 home runs. He's driven in 32. And he's hit by the pitch. St. Louis with their first base runner of the night. Well, we know he's a hard thrower. A look at the Hyundai pitch arsenal for Garrett Cole. Fastball, slider, the curve, and changeup.
The ball running in. We know that a lot of clubs now respect Diaz and the power when he pitches inside strikes. So you can see if you're going to miss inside. The one thing I find fascinating is Diaz leads the National League with 14 infield hits. A lot of times off balance, and he can run.
Here's Holiday with 1 out and a runner at first base. Outfield is deep there straight away, and that pitch taken for a ball. I always find it fascinating when we see the Pirates, a handful of times throughout the summer, how they adjust with the shifts. If you see against Garrett Cole, good numbers for Holiday, but this is a team that shifts more often than just about any other team in the National League.
That was something that it took a while for Clint Hurdle to buy into, but now he's fully on board, and they go crazy with their shifts.
We talked to Clint last year in St. Louis, and he says they actually travel one of those front office personnel that gives the different looks of the shifts to explain it to the players as to why they are doing this. 3-0 on Holiday.
Find these discussions now where the manager really does have to explain everything. Used to be, manager told you to do something, you did it. No questions asked, but today, everyone wants to know why.
The 3-0 pitch. And a walk to Holiday. Garrett Cole, one of the players that the Pirates kept back after arriving late in the morning of today, as they had a makeup game against Colorado. It was just a one-day trip. Flew out to Colorado, got in late to Denver, then played the game, an afternoon game, and then flew out and got into Pittsburgh around 1 o'clock.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But they have played 5 games in the last 4 days in 3 cities.
Here is the red-hot Matt Adams. Adams, an on-base streak, career high of 20 consecutive games. And during this streak, he's picked up 19 RBIs and 5 home runs.
Just launching the ball in batting practice last several days, and you could see very, very comfortable. Cole, big guy, not afraid to pitch on both sides of the plate. Talked about his first 15 pitches that has trouble, but also left-handed hitters have hit over 300 against him this year.
Adams hits it down the right field line. It is hooking and foul. And the real key with Matt Adams, and I'm sure Jim Hayes would be the first one to tell us all, is since he changed his walk-up music to the CNC Music Factory, well, it's all Jimmy. I mean, it's first in average, slugging percentage, OPS, RBIs, and on-base percentage.
You know, I thought I was hallucinating when the first time I heard that, but when Jim Hayes gives you a new song, good things have to happen.
There's no doubt.
No doubt.
One ball and 2 strikes on Adams. Good pitch. Down and inside, and tied him up for the strikeout, his second in this inning.
Got to think of draft time and second day of the Major League Baseball draft. Got to think of Garrett Cole, a former #1 draft pick, and he was what you classify a keeper.
That was in 2011. From the Cardinals' perspective, they drafted Colton Wong, number 22 overall that year, and Colton with a couple of home runs last night, including a walk-off grand slam. That draft also produced Seth Maness. He's had one scoreless appearance at Double-A and a rehab assignment. And that's where Brian Pena is as well.
Awesome. Golden went down with the right attitude.
Little tapper, and Cole has got it. So he escapes this first inning. The Cardinals strand two. We played a half inning here in Pittsburgh, and there's no score. Pittsburgh, and there is no score. Look at Clint Hurdle's lineup, led by John Jaso, then Andrew McCutchen and Gregory Polanco. Jung Ho Gung returned this season against the Cardinals, had a huge series back at Busch Stadium. He'll bat cleanup. Then Starling Marte, Francisco Cervelli, Josh Harrison, fourth in the league in average, Jordy Mercer, and Garrett Cole. Michael Wacha, still only 24 years old, coming off a no decision against the Giants on Saturday. He allowed 4 runs in 5 innings of work in a game that the Cardinals eventually won 7-4.
It's been a struggle for him, hasn't it?
Sure has.
6 straight decisions.
Be interesting to see how he works with Eric Fryer here tonight.
Well, we all know that Yachty is just a workhorse, but sometimes, you know, you just change things around, and Eric Fryer has done such a good job with the Cardinals. Of course, he had the benefit of a lot of catching in spring training, got the bat healthy, got off to the great start, but Michael Wacha has just kind of been lost a little bit, and they say it's fastball command, which is...
Jaso on a 2-0 pitch. Pops it up into shallow center, backing up ALEDMYS Diaz for the out. The Cardinals defense with Holiday in left. Hazelbaker gets a start in center. Brandon Moss is in right. Peralta, Diaz on the left side of the infield. Carpenter, Adams on the right side. And Eric Fryer is behind the plate. This is a Pirates team that leads the National League in average at 277. Andrew McCutchen digs in with 1 out and nobody on. The last time that they led the senior circuit in average as a team was back in 1991. That team hit 263. Had some big names in the game at that time. Van Slyke, Bonds, Bonilla. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, there's no doubt they can hit, and McCutchen actually kind of a little bit down with his numbers, career lows. But they've struggled pitching wise.
One ball and 2 strikes. Such a talented trio that they have in their outfield. McCutchen, Polanco, and Marte.
You know, arguably the best outfield when you think about offense and defense.
Here's a 1-2, and got him. Off-speed pitch. First strikeout for Michael Wacha, and there's 2 down.
Good to see him attack a nemesis. There's the off-speed pitch. Had him fooled. Gets him to chase the ball in the strike zone.
Here's Gregory Polanco, leads the National League in doubles with 21. He had 3 on Wednesday. And he's hit very well at this ballpark here in 2016, a .322 clip.
Day before opening day, they signed him to a big multi-year contract, and he has just lived up to that and more. Every time I see Polanco, it makes you think about Oscar Taveras.
Sure does. Those two, 1 and 2 in the rankings of players coming up in the minor leagues. Depending on what publication you read, Taveras would be 1, Polanco 2, or vice versa.
Yep.
Here's a 1-1. Just wonder how many off-speed pitches we may see from Michael Wacha tonight. And I bring that up because this is a team that just destroys the fastball, hitting .327 against fastballs this year.
That doesn't bode well for Wacha because he's had a lot of trouble with his fastball and opponents hitting it for a big time average.
.350. The 3-1 pitch. You may be wondering about the velocity of Wacha. Is that the issue? And we can tell you it is not. He's averaging close to 94 miles an hour. So still healthy, still throwing hard.
That's the issue, is having fastball command, which sets up those secondary pitches, and keeping the ball down the bottom of the order. Bottom of the strike zone.
And a 2-out walk to Polanco. The Hyundai pitch arsenal for Michael Wacha features the fastball, usually a very good changeup, throwing the cutter at a higher clip this year, and a curveball nearly 10% of the time.
Some ways, and you wish you'd go back to when he first came up and he was just a 2-pitch pitcher. An overpowering fastball and a tremendous changeup. Remember, he got sent down and went and worked on the curveball, came back up. It was an effective pitch, but it just seems like since he's added this cutter, he doesn't have the same changeup, and obviously the fastball, struggling with throwing fastball command, which should be the easiest pitch to control.
0-1 is fouled back. No balls and 2 strikes. The last 6 for Michael Wacha. Remember, he started this season 2-2 with an ERA under 3. And the last 6, it has been ugly. ERA near 9. Runner goes on an 0-2, and it's pulled foul. Talked about it earlier that Jung Ho Kang returned from a horrific knee injury against the Cardinals back in St. Louis. It was late September of last season against the Cubs. Chris Coghlan took him out, tore up the knee. Coghlan, by the way, has just been reacquired by the Cubs. He was originally moved because they re-signed Dexter Fowler, and Arismendi Alcantara was part of the Coghlan deal. And a strikeout of Kang, 2 in the inning for Michael Wacha. We have played 1 from PNC Park, and there's no score. with MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with Game Day Live, video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet. There's Brandon Moss with 13 home runs to lead the Cardinals. And Moss picks up a base hit into right center field. He's swinging a hot bat.
Mike Matheny has so many options right now, and I think the one thing is, you said lefties hit over 300 against Cole, so that was a deciding factor. They had the shift on, but hits it over the head of Mercer. Shortstop playing around second base.
And that is a bit surprising, the numbers that you have talked about with lefties, because a year ago against Garrett Cole they hit just 227.
Right, and Hazelbaker's in there. He's 1 for 3, a home run against Cole.
And he drops down a bunt. Gung, his throw to first, and got him. Boy, that's a good play by Jung Ho Gung.
Very good play right there, and I like the idea from Hazelbaker. You know, test him, made an exceptional play to get him out, and a byproduct of it is you get Moss into scoring position out of second with just 1 out. So he's able to come and get this maybe a little bit too hard, but still it took an exceptional play. Hazelbaker can run a bit.
Eric Fryer is hitting .423, no home runs, and he's driven in 4. Yadier Molina, not very good numbers against this right-hander, plus needed a breather. So he's got the night off, and Fryer gets the start.
How about Eric Fryer? Remember, start of the season, 6 for 6. Still hitting over 400, but time between the bats is really lengthened out.
He was talking the other day about how to stay sharp, and if you get to the ballpark early, you'll find Eric Fryer keeps himself in great condition. He's always running in the outfield. And I think that's a part of his game that's overlooked, his speed.
His speed and just the physical condition he's in. And you know, Pena's on rehab now. You'd have to think that because Pena has the 2-year contract, that Eric Fryer, who was signed, you know, primarily to go to AAA and to be an insurance policy, but I think he's shown some major league scouts that, you know, hey, I can play and help a lot of ball clubs.
1 ball and 2 strikes, and a strikeout of Fryer, number 3 tonight for Garrett Cole.
Idea of the speed, kind of see the velocity. He's one of the harder throwers. Got a little breaking ball there that fooled Fryer.
Here's Michael Wacha, who is 1 for 20 this season. He did not mess around with Eric Fryer.
You can see the inactivity of Fryer showed with that at bat. It's tough when you get so few at bats.
And the 0-1 pitch. Make it 0-2. That pitch at 97 from Garrett Cole.
19-game winner a year ago. That doesn't just happen. You know, it's not a fluke.
No balls and 2 strikes on Wacha. Puts it in play. Cervelli pounces on it. And Wacha is the 3rd out here in the top of the 2nd. It'll be Marte, Cervelli, and Harrison from Pittsburgh. There's no score. Milwaukee finishing up his warm-up tosses. We turn to Al's Toyota keys to the game.
Repeatable delivery is something that I never heard until the last several years. It just seemed like it was common sense that muscle memory, you train yourself to be able to repeat that delivery. But yet that's been the problem. Derek Wilderquist will talk about he can't stay in a consistent slot. At times he can't get his elbow high enough. Other times it drops down, the arm dragging through. And I think today's pitchers want to throw so many off-speed pitches, they neglect to work on the fastball. And that should be the easiest pitch to locate.
Here's Starling Marte showing bunt and looks at a strike. He's hitting .320, which is 8th best in the National League. Been dealing with a little left ankle discomfort, had to leave their game on Wednesday night because of it. Lines it over the glove of Carpenter and into right field.
Just watch Matt Carpenter's looking at the video board trying to figure out how he lost that. He didn't catch that ball and looked like he was going to time his jump, get up there, and just off the top of the webbing on for the base hit. So
Cervelli recently signed an extension here with Pittsburgh. Remember, he was picked up as the replacement to Russell Martin. Pirates love what he does defensively. Got off to a good start. Hit over 300 in April, but under 200 in May as he shows bunt, and it's strike one.
But you're right. They're very, very happy. We both thought that the loss of Russell Martin was going to play big with the Pirates. They picked up Cervelli from the Yankees, and he was kind of like a backup catcher. Never really had an established role, but he's come here and he's shown that he can handle the pitching staff, and he's offensively he's pitching in pretty good too.
Runner goes, and a base hit on a hit and run. Marte on his way to third. Back-to-back singles to start the bottom of the second.
Carpenter, the second baseman, went to cover the steal attempt and just left that hole vacant there. You could see if he would not have moved, it would have been a perfect double play ball. But we always talk about you send that runner trying to avoid double plays, and it worked perfect with the Pirates' execution.
Josh Harrison is 4th in the National League at hitting at .327. Riding a 5-game hitting streak into play tonight. Couple of home runs, and he has driven in 28.
He's the only regular that really has struggled against Michael Wacha. Harrison 1 for 11. Everybody else, Marte is now 5 for 17. Everybody else is way up there.
The 1-0 pitch. Mentioned that Wacha has lost 6 straight decisions, longest streak of his career. As a matter of fact, he hasn't won a game since back on April 23rd. It's a long time.
That plays with your mind too.
1 ball and 1 strike. Fights it off, and a foul ball. Harrison at one point was property of the Chicago Cubs. Never really got a chance to show what he could do. Was a super utility man with the Pirates, and that role made him a rich man.
I wonder if the Pirates even knew how good he was.
He's now an everyday second baseman here with the Pirates. Off-speed pitch, slowly to third, gets the lead man. Heads up play by Johnny Peralta to know who's running. That's Cervelli from first to second. The run does score, and a heads up play by Harrison as he takes second base. The question will be, was time called?
And they're sending him back to first base. The home plate umpire is pointing, Greg Gibson pointing back to first.
So Marte scores the first run of our contest, and it's 1-0 Pittsburgh, and it brings in Jordy Mercer. Mercer is hitting .323 at home and .268 overall.
You see the force out there. Carpenter puts his head down and he's coming in, but I'm sure Fryer or somebody called timeout. And I think Fryer turned back and looked at Gibson and said, "Hey, I called time." And he said, "Yes, you did."
Now Carpenter wants to chat with Michael Wacha. Have to keep an eye on Harrison with good speed. 11 stolen bases this year. The reputation of Eric Fryer is as a defensive catcher, so you just wonder how aggressive the Pirates will be with no Yadier Molina and Fryer behind the plate. The Pirates with 45 steals this year.
A little different when Yadi's not back there. All clubs are going to test a Cardinal catcher, not named Molina. But I remember, too, the opening series when we were playing here in Pittsburgh. Clint Hurdle looked down, he saw Eric Fryer's name and had a big smile on his face and said, "We had him, what a class act."
He was in the Pirates organization for nearly a couple of years. Big lead by Harrison. The 1-0 pitch is a ground ball that's hit to short, backhanded by Diaz. Out there, the turn by Carpenter, safe at first.
Not the easiest ball for Diaz right there in his positioning, but made the play, got it the feed over to Carpenter. Very close at first, but Mercer there.
Well, that's where you go back to the play by Peralta to take the chance on Cervelli to keep the double play in order.
Exactly.
So that move, risky as it was, did pay off. And here's Garrett Cole, who is 5 for 23. He can swing the bat a little bit. Home run, 3 RBIs.
He's got the home run this year, and he's got 2 in his career. Big, strong guy. You know, you just don't put something in his wheelhouse.
One ball and no strikes on Garrett Cole. Wacha backs up to make the play, and he'll underhand to Adams. An RBI by Harrison, his 29th. To score Starling Marte. We play 2 here in Pittsburgh, and there's a 1-0 lead. St. Louis was back on May 8th. He was matched up with Michael Wacha. Picked up the win as he allowed 2 runs over 6 innings, and he struck out 7. Tonight he's been given a 1-0 lead as we move to the top of the 3rd. Now we'll take the third inning off. We welcome in Jim Hayes to the conversation, and it's good to see that Matt Carpenter is in this lineup tonight. For those that saw the game, the third and final game in Cincinnati about 24 hours ago, Carpenter had to leave because of a jammed finger. What was the situation there?
Well, Mike Matheny said, because you would assume that he jammed it on the slide, he had to reach for the bag, but that wasn't it. Mike said it was during an at-bat previous to that one, and they just felt like Carpenter couldn't throw, so they had him checked out. I talked to Carpenter today. He said he didn't think it was an issue last night, and it's certainly not one today, so he's fine.
8-pitch at bat to start the game, and struck out on a ball that we saw looking was outside. And that pitch is in the dirt. Diaz on deck, and then we'll see Jeremy Hazelbaker. Cardinals have tried to load it up a bit with left-handed bats in the lineup. Carpenter here, Bat Adams at cleanup, Brandon Moss, and Jeremy Hazelbaker, who is batting 7th in this lineup. It's been a tough go for Hazelbaker. Got off to the great start, but since then is now 9 for his last 51.
Yeah, hard to keep up that great start that he had. I talked to him about, what he's been going through. He admits that he's scuffling a little bit. I asked if pitchers are adjusting to him as a hitter now that they've seen more of him, and he said no, it's more of him adjusting to a new role. He said he hadn't done a lot of pinch hitting, and now he's coming off the bench for the most part. And he said when he comes into a game, he's usually facing a very good setup man or a closer in some cases, so he has to learn to be a better pinch hitter. And Mike Matheny said he thinks Hazelbaker's done a very good job because it's not easy not getting a ton of at-bats and trying to fight through it.
That's a base hit for Carpenter. I'm not sure that Jeremy could be much better of a pinch hitter. He's 6 for 18 with 3 home runs, and he's driven in 6. As Carpenter strokes this base hit, hanging breaking ball into right field. Brings in ALEDMYS Diaz, who was hit by a pitch back in the first, then left stranded. Cardinals had a good opportunity to strike in that first inning as Francisco Cervelli, and this can't be good news for the Pirates, checking on Cole, and so will be the training staff here of the Pirates. The Pirates starters, and here we are, game 60 for them. Last year they were 2nd in ERA, and this year, despite the fact that they've been putting up all kinds of numbers offensively, they are 15th in the major leagues. Collectively, their staff, starters and relievers, at 4.32, and again, that's right in the middle of the pack of Major League Baseball. You would think the Pirates would not take any chances when it comes to Garrett Cole. That will be it.
Wow.
So Garrett Cole will exit here in the 3rd inning. This will be our Chevy Cole to the pen. We'll step aside as Cole is done for the night. Baseball is brought to you by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. By Steel Outdoor Power Equipment. Quality, reliability, and value. Find a servicing Steel dealer at steeldealers.com or search STIHL. And try Jack's new Triple Bacon Buttery Jack today. Limited time, only at participating restaurants. A.J. Schugel, a right-hander, begins to throw, and he'll take all the time that he needs in relief of Garrett Cole. Big loss for the Pirates here in Game 1. A.J. Schugel, a right-hander coming into the pen. There's a look at his numbers. Tonight being his 18th appearance. ERA is close to 5 and nearly 25 innings of work. He struck out each of the 3 Mets that he saw Wednesday as he made back-to-back scoreless appearances in that series. Prior to that, he was scored upon in 3 straight games. Some of the fans still making their way across the Clemente Bridge here in Pittsburgh, which is usually shut down around 3 o'clock from car traffic, and then allows the folks to make their way from downtown Pittsburgh over to the ballpark. Tomorrow it's baseball night in America. Returns to Fox NL Central Showdown as the Cardinals take on the Pirates at 6. Then the Indians battle the Angels in a game that you can only see on FS1 at 8:30, or you can watch both games live on Fox Sports Go. Clemente Bridge is one of 3 parallel bridge that are called the Three Sisters here in Pittsburgh. You have the Bridge 7, Bridge 9. One of those is the Andy Warhol Bridge. As a matter of fact, his museum is located right at the end of the bridge. And I know you've been to that museum many times, Jimmy.
I've never been to that museum, but I am a museum enthusiast, as you know. I think about this ballpark that's really cool is that when the weather's really nice, folks just pull up a boat, leave it out there, go to the game, maybe do a little, do you call it tailgating on a
Sure.
boat? They do some of that. By the way, I was talking to Tom Verducci, who's going to be part of the Big Fox broadcast, about the Cardinals and the Pirates. He says they're so even, he can't pick one. He thinks they match up. But in terms of the Cubs, I said, anything out there that can stop this juggernaut, because everyone's already anointing them, you know, the best team in the National League. And he said, they're really good. The only concern he has is the age of that starting rotation, possibly the starters breaking down a little bit.
It's interesting to note that in the last 9 seasons, no National League team leading on June 1st has won the World Series. Their starters, by the way, their average against them, while it may be an aging rotation, is 198. It's incredible. And they're in the 3rd inning right now, and it's scoreless. They've got Atlanta, so the Cubs and the Atlanta Braves. We'll keep you updated on that throughout our telecast tonight, as both the Cardinals and the Pirates start 10 games back of Chicago here this evening. This season, and you look at where they're at and just about the runs, and the team ERA is even. I agree with Tom Verducci. We're looking at 2 evenly matched teams.
A little difference. Cardinals, right? A little more power, a little more speed for the Pirates, but it'll be fun to watch this series.
So here is A.J. Schugel. His father, you may remember, former catcher and infielder for the Minnesota Twins. A.J. made his major league debut with Arizona and picked up by the Pirates this offseason. So Mike Milwaukee has a long inning to rest as the Cardinals trail 1-0. Diaz was hit back in the first by Cole. And the first pitch by Schugel. He's on the way. And it's a strike.
Jump from Cole to Schugel. If you're the Cardinals, you probably like that.
Anyway, you get Garrett Cole out of a game, you like that. Here's an 0-1 pitch with Carpenter, your runner at first base. Breaking ball taken high. We'll see how long it takes Schugel just to get comfortable out there on the mound. We've seen so many times when a pitcher is hurt, has to leave, it happens unexpectedly that reliever comes in, and it takes a while to get comfortable, just get loose. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Instead of check on Carpenter.
Cardinals have a couple of guys who would be ready in that sort of circumstance. A guy like Tyler Lyon says he's always ready. He's always on call.
Matt Bowman would be the other. That's a long man in these kind of spots. And speaking of pitching, Adam Wainwright was sensational last night.
Yeah, he pointed to the fastball, Dan, as the key pitch for him last night. A couple of times he reached back for a little extra velocity, 94 miles an hour. And he said, you know, during his struggles, he's been good over his last 4 or 5 starts, but he kept reading, yeah, he doesn't have that 97-mile-an-hour fastball anymore, or he can't throw consistently at 95. He said, I never did that. I just need to get to 94 once in a while when I need it. And he said he had it last night, and after the game last night, he said that was me out there. And he said all the people that are doubting, you know, that he could still be the same guy, he feels like he's there right now, and he doesn't know what lies ahead, but he feels like he's in a really, really good place.
That's as well as we've seen him pitch.
Yeah, and he said he had obviously the great curveball too, but he said what really makes it work is when he can reach back and throw that high fastball and blow it by people.
1 ball and 2 strikes on ALEDMYS Diaz. Misses inside.
And then you get Waino back to being Waino, and then you hope there's a trickle-down effect. You haven't had everyone clicking all at once. Leak was really good for a stretch. Waka wasn't as good. Martinez had a couple of rough starts. We're hoping Jaime will bounce back, because it should be a very good starting rotation, should be a strong suit of this ball club, and it hasn't been consistently good.
Well, let's see if the Cardinals want to put Carpenter in motion here with 3 balls and 2 strikes. Diaz has been striking out a little bit more here in the last 7 to 10 days. 28 strikeouts on the year. Carpenter is running on the 3-2, and it's hit sharply to Harrison, and what a double play. 4-6-3. Harrison, Mercer, Jaso.
We had a little confusion as Harrison thought there were 3 outs.
Gets it on the short hop and the spin. Jordy Mercer, very good defender, and the strong throw to first.
He started running off, and some of his teammates started to follow him, Dan.
It happens.
It happens.
So a double play, and that closes the book on Garrett Cole. 2+ innings, no runs, 2 hits, 3 strikeouts, and 1 walk. Holiday walked on 4 straight pitches back in the first inning. And a good breaking ball drops in for a strike. The longest that Schugel has gone in a ball game this year is 2 2/3. That's it. So it could be a relief by committee here tonight. The 1-1. And Holiday lifts a high fly ball out to left field. Marte is under it and puts it away for the out. So after the base hit by Carpenter, it's a double play off the bat of Diaz. Holiday flies out. We're midway through 3. Scores 6. Any size drink is just 50 cents the next day. That's coffee found in frozen drinks. When they score, you pour at your nearest on the run. You earned it. 2 hits aside, no errors in this game, and it's 1-0. The Pirates with a lead in the home half of the 3rd. It'll be John Jaso, Andrew McCutchen, and Gregory Polanco against Michael Wacha. Jaso first time up on a 2-0 pitch. Popped it up into shallow center, and it was taken in by ALEDMYS Diaz. The Pirates picked him up. The idea was, let's get an on-base percentage machine. Not to say that it's off the charts, but it's pretty good. His career is .361. This year, .362. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's good. They're looking to get on base. Boy, Dan, I never knew they call the bridges 3 sisters.
Well, now you do.
Well, I learned something when I come in the booth. Thank you, Al, for letting me learn. Marcia, Jan, and Cindy. That's what I would have said.
1-2 the count. We see that Michael Wacha, and we talked about it earlier. He's working with Eric Fryer here tonight. Yadier Molina was in a rut. He had been 2 for 41, and now 7 for his last 16, but did not get the start because of his numbers against Garrett Cole and to give him a little rest.
Or as the way Mike Matheny puts it, and I wrote it down because I thought it was great because he's asked about it a lot. Some days when the rest of the world thinks Yadi needs a day, but Yadi says he feels great, Yadi plays. On days Yadi says he doesn't feel great, he doesn't. Today is one of those days.
Just saw a shot of Yadi's former teammate David Freese. 3-2 pitch. And a walk. A little bit low, and the second walk issued by Michael tonight. Also not in the starting lineup, Stephen Piscotty, as Wacha can't believe that wasn't strike 3.
Stephen Piscotty, I had a chance to ask him about the catch that wasn't, and what Piscotty told me was, no, I don't think I caught that ball. I know I caught that ball, and I didn't notice it when he made the play. But he said he gets up and he immediately is going to throw to first base. because he knew he caught the ball, and then the coach was yelling, "Throw it to second." And he said there's no doubt in his mind that was a catch.
And Mike was pretty upset and animated after the game with the ruling that it was not a catch, and then awarding the Reds with the bag at second.
And Mike doesn't get that animated usually, but he said that was a joke. And he said no one watching that game thought that was the right call. And he said it's happened a couple times where he's felt like the replay system has gotten the Cardinals.
I'm sure this is a little bit frustrating to see that Walker's been up on a couple of these pitches. Derek Lilliquist, as Al talked about, mentioned repeatable delivery over the weekend. What's happened, according to Derek, is that he gets under his pitches. Then you see the lack of location up in the zone. That's what we've seen with 2 pitches here to McCutchen. And June is usually when he gets going. 4th most RBIs this month since 2000. Slow starter historically, but then really picks it up and usually becomes an MVP candidate, which he finished in the top 5 a year ago.
His last handful of starts, that fastball, which is usually such a weapon, opposing hitters are hitting close to 500 against that pitch. Again, location. Usually he throws it down in the strike zone. It's been up.
That pitch up. We all remember one of his best games. It was October 8th of 2013. Cardinals facing elimination put their season into the hands of then rookie Michael Wacha. Took a no-hit bid into the 8th, won the game here at PNC Park, and became a postseason hero. Matched up twice with Clayton Kershaw in the championship series, won those games, and was the MVP of the National League Championship Series. And the Cardinals are trying to get him back to that form, or at least close to it. This time last year, he was enjoying a great first half on his way to the All-Star game. Jaso not running on the 3-2, and it's skied into shallow right field. Brandon Moss is under it, makes the catch, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the 3rd. We mentioned this earlier. The outfield for the Pirates and Marte and Polanco holding up their end of the bargain. McCutchen only hitting .250, and his OPS is also currently a career low. You see the average in OPS for the other 2. Those are career highs.
McCutchen's so good, you figure it. He'll start getting it going, and those numbers will change real quick. Hopefully not in this series.
Here's Gregory Polanco, who walked back in the 1st inning. Always fun to hear about the different draft stories of the players. We're hearing more and more about those stories the last 24 hours or so with the Major League Baseball draft, and there's a special one for a guy that grew up right in this area, played at Slippery Rock University, and that's Matt Adams.
Yeah, a lot of people love the great stories of the top round, first round pick that gets to pitch in his hometown. I like the other ones, like guys who kind of prove people wrong. I think Adams falls into that category. He was taken in the 2009 draft, 23rd round by the Cardinals. You mentioned out of Slippery Rock. He said he had only been contacted by the Yankees and the Mets, and an agent or someone said you're probably going to go around 10 or 12. So he's watching on the computer. He's got his family there, grandparents. This thing's going along. Hits round 15, 16. He says, I'm out of here. He went to his friends to play video games.
Here's a catch made by Hazelbaker for out number 2.
Eventually, the Cardinals called him, and he went home and told his family about it. But he's like, yeah, I'm not going to sit through this. You think about it, that's got to be torture. If you think you're going in the draft and it's obviously a life-changing event, just sit around and wait.
Mike Trout went through that. They weren't sure as to when he would be picked. They thought he'd be a first round, but you just never know. And he's from the New York area where the draft is held. He was invited to come in and watch, and his parents said, you don't have to do it. And they actually favored him not going. He wound up going because he wanted to meet the Hall of Famers that were there. And he himself is on a track to the Hall of Fame now. There's Jung Ho Gung Hitting .421 on this homestand, which has had 6 games so far with the Angels and the Mets. Saw David Freese. He was signed to fill in for Gung. And the other day, Clint Hurdle, show of support, solidarity for the Penguins, had the players go out, take BP and Penguins sweaters or jerseys. David Freese went into Clint Hurdle and said, I don't know if I can do this. I'm a Blues fan.
Good for him.
So then he put on an Ian Cole jersey, the former Blue.
So there's a trace of Blues look. I got you.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Jung Ho Gung, one of our favorites, David Freese. Such a nice ovation back home in St. Louis in the last road trip through town for the Pirates. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Gung. In the dirt, and it scoots away from Eric Fryer, and that'll put John Jaso in scoring position. Wild pitch charge to Michael Wacha. You know, Jim, you're in the clubhouse all the time. How has Wacha been handling this very poor 6-game run that he's had and winless in those 6 decisions that he's had?
He's such a nice young man that he does his best to be polite, and he understands what it's all about. But you could see he's really frustrated. Never shows it, but you can see underneath he is.
Ground ball that's hit to third, taken there by Peralta. And a strike over to Adams. The Pirates strand a runner. And we head to the 4th. Al comes back. Jimmy, we'll see you on the post game. It's 1-0.
Having the opportunity to get somebody like Perez, who's an elite talent, and I'm sure many people in this room have an opinion on whether this was a good idea or a bad idea, but our takeaway on this was we understand he made a mistake. We understand that he realizes that this cost him a lot, but he also realizes that at 17, his future's still ahead of him.
It is a controversial pick centered on a 17-year-old kid, Puerto Rican shortstop Delvin Perez. The reason why, as Adams takes ball 2, he was rated a top 5 selection, and then it was reported earlier this week he had tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. And Perez, who is from the International Baseball Academy in Puerto Rico, dropped to number 23, and the Cardinals take the risk of picking up the shortstop.
One of the youngest players and maybe least polished players. I think he has a tremendous upside. Made some, whether it's fair or not, making comparisons to Correa. The young shortstop for Houston, who was a #1 overall a couple years ago.
Adams yanks it foul.
But like you said, whether he was in the top 5 or definitely most people said he was in the top 10 before that incident, falls to 23. Sounds like it's, you know, as they said, realized he made a mistake. Probably got some little bad advice from somebody, and he can atone for it.
And Adams strikes out for the second time. Second pick in the first round, compensatory one at number 33. That was because of the signing of John Lackey. As you get a look at Adams in his second strikeout, Cardinals picked up a switch hitting outfielder, Dylan Carlson. He's a 17-year-old from Elk Grove, California. They also had a compensatory pick for the loss of Jason Hayward. There's strike one on Peralta. This more of a traditional pick. Mississippi State junior Dakota Hudson, 6'5" right-hander, and he throws from 92 to 96. So they go with a college pitcher with that third pick.
Yeah, I think then a lot of people felt like in the early rounds there was a lot of good players, but maybe not an overall, you know, Harper, Strasburg, Cole, you know, type #1 pick. Of course, the Cardinals never get that chance because of their success during the year. Never had it. I guess the highest they've had in the last, what, 20 years or so was Looper at number 3.
Pitch taken low, and you're seeing A.J. Schugel in this game. If you've just joined us, Garrett Cole left with an apparent injury, went 2+, pitched into the third, gave up a base hit to Carpenter. He was erased on a double play, and Cole's night was through. And when we get word on as to why he left, we'll pass it along as Peralta shoots it into center, and a sliding catch made by Andrew McCutchen.
Tremendous speed with our outfielders, and it's really hard to get a ball, sneak in, and fall down. That was a rocket hit off the bat of Johnny Peralta. He's giving the team a little boost. No luck on this one. Sinking line drive, so he slides and hauls it in.
So Shugel's come in, recorded 5 outs. Nobody on, 2 outs, and here's Brandon Moss. That's tapped foul.
That's a base hit off of Cole, his first time up. I mean, we had all these left-handed bats in there because Cole had allowed left-handed hitters to hit over 300. Hope it'll work with this pitcher too.
And that's hit out of play. Moss singled into right field his first time up. And he strikes out. 2 in the inning, 2 in the game for the right-hander of the Pittsburgh Pirates. 3.5 in the books, 1-0 Buccos. them, the third of 6 Academy Sports and Outdoors autograph nights. Friday, June 17th, 2 current Cardinals players will sign autographs for fans 15 and under. That's in the Ford Plaza from 5:45 to 6:15. 2 former Cardinals will sign for fans of all ages from 6:15 until 7. That's coming up next week. For details, visit cardinals.com/promotions. There's Starling Marte and a breaking ball taken low. Marte singled and scored the only run tonight. That was back in the 2nd inning. Well, as the nation and really the world mourns the loss of Muhammad Ali, the sports world also lost one of the greatest hockey players and ambassadors. Gordie Howe passed away today at the age of 88. And I bring him up in a baseball game because he was one of the first hockey players I ever interviewed. And he actually played baseball in Canada. He played for a team called the Saskatoon 55s. He played back in 1951. The Red Wings, his hockey club at the time, made him give it up. But he loved baseball. And when I think of Gordie Howe and I think Al Hrabosky, I think of Gordie Howe hat trick. You know what that is?
Hat trick?
The Gordie Howe hat trick. Goal, assist, and a fight. That would fit you perfectly.
Gotcha. I'll take that as a compliment.
He loved baseball. He was a huge Detroit Tigers fan. He used to take a lot of BP at Old Tiger Stadium. And he told me that he used to launch it on the roof at the Old Tiger Stadium.
Left-handed hitter?
He was. First baseman.
Had some photographs on MLB. Belly trying to say he was hit by the pitch, or you see him flexing the wrist. Time you take that swing, and when you really don't connect solidly, it a little sting.
There's Clint Hurdle, who, by the way, is just 3 wins away from 1,000 in his career. Right now, he is 6th in wins among current managers. #1 is Bruce Bochy of the Giants. And when you think about Pirates history, he's one of the most popular managers in their history because he ended the long losing streak of 2 decades.
Yeah, 2 decades of losing. How many times we walk across the Clemente Bridge here and say, boy, are we thankful that the Cardinals every single year have a contending team. Let's take a look at the swing here.
To be his follow through.
Right.
Something not right. Fred Clark managed in the early 1900s, and he is the winningest manager in Pirates history. And Cervelli looks to be done. Can't get much worse right now for the Pirates. They lose Garrett Cole back in the 2nd inning, and now Cervelli on a swing. He's out for the night.
Chris Stewart, their backup catcher. Here he comes.
This is a team that is under 500 since the first month of the season. Got off to a very good start. And since that time, they have struggled. And now Clint Hurdle has to go to his backup catcher, Chris Stewart.
Well, you mentioned that they lead the National League in hitting, batting average. They haven't had a problem with that. But the Cardinals actually have scored more runs than they have, but it's been their pitching.
Imagine that. We're 4 innings into the game. They've already lost their battery.
Recharge it.
They're going to need something. So he'll enter the game with a count of no balls and 1 strike.
I'm trying to think, was it earlier this year? Was it the Pirates that in one game they lost 3 players? It may not have been the Pirates, but you know, somebody that just in one game they had 3 guys go out.
On the 0-1 pitch, grounded to Johnny Peralta. Out number 2. Danny Murtaugh had a great run of managing here in the 60s and 70s with the Pirates. Jim Leyland, third all-time in wins for the Pirates. He'll, by the way, manage Team USA in the upcoming World Baseball Classic. That'll go to Jim Leyland. Really an honor. Buck Martinez has done that. Davey Johnson, most recently, it was Joe Torre.
Another good manager for them, Bill Verdon. Lives down in Springfield, Missouri. I remember Danny Murtaugh. He was up in age and had a bad heart, but he had the biggest coaching staff.
Backing up, Adams, underhands to Michael Wacha, and a 1-2-3 inning. We head to inning number 5 in a game that the Pirates have already lost 2 mainstays. It's 1-0. In favor of the Pirates, it'll be Hazelbaker, Fryer, and Wacha. Hazelbaker talking it over there with Greg Gibson. Tried to bunt his way on. First time up, he's 0 for 1. Chris Stewart takes over, stays in the game behind the plate. So a completely different battery and a different looking team when you don't have Garrett Cole or Cervelli out there. Hazelbaker on the first pitch, pops it up. Long way to go for Marte in foul territory. Makes the catch. Nicely done. You heard the update with Scott Warman. Let's go around the league. Greater coverage of Major League Baseball. His update concerned the Phillies. They really need that young man. Vince Velasquez, bicep strain. He's going to miss some time. Steven Strasburg is trying to go to 10-0. And then Johnny Cueto, he'll face Clayton Kershaw tonight. Giants, Dodgers, Kershaw, Cueto. That'll be fun.
Good matchup right there. How about the fact that Kershaw, I believe, is going to go into that assignment with just 6 walks on the year and over 100 strikeouts.
It's incredible. Eric Fryer puts it out of play.
Yeah, and I remember in the 70s they would talk about if you had a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio, it was considered good.
Right.
Of course, you didn't have the strikeouts that you do today.
I think it'll be fascinating if they do change the rules in terms of the strike zone next year and bring it up. I mean, I'm never in the last 5-10 years heard of a pitching staff that is taught to pitch up in the zone. you know, everything we talk about, let's say with Michael Walker tonight, downward playing, be down in the zone.
And remember, they're doing this to increase offense. And part of that is that hanging breaking balls that are absolutely crushed, players don't swing at because it's not called a strike. And remember, we've always talked about a pitch up in the strike zone is a hitter's pitch. The pitch up above the strike zone is where you get hitters to chase it and swing and miss and strike out. Now, we're talking about, you know, we're talking up the top of the shoulders, up around eye level, not
strikeout of Eric Fryer, and Shugel's come in and struck out 3.
He's done a nice job coming in here. The Cardinals, very few at bats against him. Carpenter had 1, Diaz had 1, Jerko and Hazelbaker prior to tonight. But changing speeds, keeping the ball away from these guys.
And here's Michael Walker, and the first pitch is a strike. So that pitch right there would be borderline next year. Here's the 0-1. That pitch next year would not be called a strike.
In my mind, I think they shouldn't mess with the bottom of the strike zone.
Agreed.
Just leave it where it is. It's inconsistent depending on umpires a lot anyway.
And that's a strike in every decade of baseball. That's 4 tonight for the right-hander. 1-0. Liverpool FC as they take on AS Roma at Busch Stadium August 1st. Tickets are on sale now. Cardinals.com/soccer. Three Rivers, the Allegheny, Monongahela, and Ohio. Allegheny comes from upstate New York, ends right here. Same can be said for the Monongahela. That starts in the mountains of West Virginia, and the Ohio begins here in Pittsburgh. They all come together.
Three Rivers.
You got it.
A little easier. The old ballpark named Three Rivers.
Club spent 61 years at Forbes. Then it was Three Rivers in 1970.
I pitched in Forbes Field.
And at Three Rivers.
And Three Rivers.
But not at PNC.
Not at PNC.
PNC opened up back in 2001.
Forbes Field was so big out in center field. It was 450 plus. They take the batting cage, just park it in center field, turn around so you the face of it was up against the wall, but it was in the playing field.
61 years at Forbes Field. Then they return to the North Shore with a move to Three Rivers, then PNC Park, which is actually the 5th home for Pirates baseball. The Pirates were founded back in 1887. 3-1 pitch, and it's taken high. So a leadoff walk to Jordy Mercer, and Michael Wacha has issued 3 walks tonight.
Yeah, that's not good, and quite frankly, you got that 8th place hitter, pitcher spot coming up. You got to really bear down. And if you're successful and retire the first batter every inning, you're well on your way to a scoreless inning. But if you get the 8th place hitter and you got the pitcher spot up, you probably shouldn't score.
Bunted up the first base line, and a roll foul as Walker had to wait to make sure that got across the line. And that's strike 1. Had an interesting conversation last time we were here in Pittsburgh, beginning of the season, with Nick Leyva, longtime coach with the St. Louis Cardinals. And Nick has shifted from the third base coach's box. There's Nick over to first. And he said, Dan, you wouldn't believe the amount of video that we as coaches now will go over, especially as a third base coach, to have a better understanding of the throwing arms of the outfielders. And I said, what about as a first base coach? He said, we're working on and looking at pitchers' moves nonstop and times to the plate. Everybody gets to the ballpark so early, and that includes even a first base coach like Nick Leyva.
Oh, yeah. And we'll get on the charter flights, and Chad Blair, the video coordinator of the Cardinals, will hand out assignments and video packages. Coaches on their way to, for example, last night, will be checking out all these things, doing homework, doing research. It used to be a manager hired his coaching staff with his buddies. Maybe your drinking buddy or something like that, but now you better hire guys that are going to work, because they have unbelievable hours.
1-1 pitch, and again it's taken high. So a lot of these pitches again up from Michael Wacha.
One of the things that you worry about too is the game goes along, your pitch count gets up, you start tiring a little bit. The first thing that goes is your legs, and when your legs go, then the ball is elevated.
And a check on the runner at first. It's Jordy Mercer, 1 stolen base this year. Playing in at third is Johnny Peralta, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. Gets the bunt down, and the only play for Wacha is to tag out his counterpart. And there's 1 away. Wacha had set down 6 straight prior to the walk to Jordy Mercer. And now the sacrifice by the pitcher, Schugel, and our BJC Healthcare difference maker. This is since 2013. The best road record, by the way. The Cardinals are second. The Dodgers number 1. Pittsburgh here at home second best. And in front of them, the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. One of the things that's Cardinals have always dominated and always had a winning record against everybody in the Central Division. This year you can't say that. And it's the Cubs that has the dominating record inside the division. Pirates are like a game or two over 500. Cardinals a couple games under. But when the last couple of years, the reason the Cardinals have won 3 straight Central Divisions because they had winning records against everybody in their division. Or the Pirates and the Cubs both kind of had trouble a little bit with Cincinnati and Milwaukee.
One ball, 1 strike. The Cubs trail in their game tonight 2-1 against Atlanta. And Jaso taps it foul. He is popped out and also walked.
We all know that the Cubs have a very, very good ball club. But you would love to get somebody close enough to them, put a little pressure on them and see what happens. Even good clubs are going to have a sustained losing streak. but you got to be close enough to where when that happens, you know, it just puts a little pressure on. I still think there's way too much baseball to worry about what's going to happen.
That's pulled just foul.
Both the Cardinals and the Pirates both have to get their pitching straightened out if they're going to make that kind of push.
You know, Al, we talk about the lack of control right now for Michael Wacha. When the ball is put in play, it's getting hit hard. Line drive percentage is at 30%. That leads all of baseball. So we know there are hard hit balls against him, which then leads to a high BABIP, which is batting average on balls in play, which is at 352.
And you just don't see the swing and misses that we're accustomed to. And because he's 6'6", throwing on that downward plane, guys had a tough time squaring it up. Can't say that anymore because everything is usually up.
Runner goes, and it's hit down the right field line, and it is a foul ball.
There's an example right there. Instead of that downward plane, the ball is on the same level, and then was hit hard. A foul.
Ooh, close. BABIP, it's one of those sabermetric terms. People say, where does saber come from? I don't get it. SABR, which is Society for American Baseball Research.
Well, some of that new terminology is very interesting, meaningful. Other things I think it just kind of clouds the issue, but you know how Quality Starts was designed by an agent trying to get his arguing arbitration.
And a base hit into center field. That'll score Mercer, and Jaso drives in his 19th. 2-0 Pittsburgh.
The walk to an 8th place hitter comes back and burns you. No downward tilt, so that ball was straight. And Diaz playing up the middle, didn't have a chance to get it. And they come around with their second run tonight.
So 3 walks issued by Michael Wacha tonight. 3 base hits. You can see Diaz is trying to hold on that runner. The previous pitch took him a little bit out of position.
Yeah, he's trying to keep him close to the bag so he can't score on a base hit to the outfield. But see him right there, and then the ball, if he's back in his normal position, ball's right at him. But in an effort to keep that runner close so he doesn't score, it creates an opening. Nice block.
With all the steals the Pirates have and the great speed that they have, their leadoff man does not have a stolen base.
You know, it's really interesting because they have Jaso, who is not a typical, doesn't steal bases, but high on base percentage. He's the leadoff man against right-handers. And then they have Mercer, who is much the same way against left-handers, is the leadoff hitter. Neither one of them are typical leadoff men at all.
And Mercer has 1 stolen base. 2 balls and no strikes. McCutchen tonight is struck out and also flied out to right. 0 for 2. And the 2-1 pitch. Up and in. On a night when Garrett Cole leaves early, Cervelli has to leave early. It changes the complexion of the game from the Cardinals' perspective, and yet they trail 2-0.
And you got a guy like McCutchen's hit over 500 against Wacha. He's 0 for 2.
And the count runs to 3 balls and 2 strikes. See if they want to start the runner here with one out. Did not start the runner in this spot earlier. One time, and the other time, very beginning of the game, they did.
They got to lose.
Agreed. He is not running, and it's held on to by Fryer, and a strikeout of Andrew McCutchen. So Walker comes back to get him and picks up his 4th strikeout of this night.
One thing you didn't expect out of McCutchen was a strikeout. I thought it was going to be a ball 4 or that he put the ball in play.
I guess part of the thinking there by Clint Hurdle is that he's struck out now 64 times.
Yeah. Not quite what we're accustomed to. And
Here's Polanco, who walked back in the first and also flied out to center. 2 outs and a runner at first. Do you see anything mechanically right now with Walker?
I see the fact that, you know, he gets that arm so far behind his back that it drags, it doesn't catch up. Then at times he'll drop the elbow, throwing uphill.
There's a ground ball on a broken bat hit to Carpenter. An RBI single by John Jaso. We played 5 from PNC, and it's 2-0 Pittsburgh. It seems to be non-existent in the game today. Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, San Diego, Arizona, and Cincinnati. You know, those 5 teams that at this point aren't competing for a top spot. Just to put it in perspective, 1982, Rickey Henderson set the all-time single-season record, 130 stolen bases. On this date in 1982, he had 58 himself. More than any team right now in the National League.
You know, when Lou Brock set the National League record, I believe it was 1974 with 118, it was less than a handful of times he stole 3rd. You know, Lou always felt like, I'm going to score from second base on any base hit. So never really took that chance. Or you think about Rickey Henderson, or you think about Vince Coleman, they stole 3rd base like at will.
Strike to Carpenter. Matt tonight has been called out on strikes to start this game. And then back in the 3rd, he singled to right. And Garrett Cole, something happened with him. Was lifted from the game as Carpenter drives it into center field. Hangs up for McCutchen for the out. And so far, A.J. Schugel has come in, and he has been outstanding. He's not allowed a base hit.
He's been outstanding, as you said. He's retired, what, 9 in a row? All 9 batters he's faced. Carpenter hit a home run off him previously, and he hit that ball well, but it's a big part of the art of pitching is pitched to the big part of the field. You want to hit it well, hit it to center.
And Diaz is hit for the second time tonight. Was hit by a fastball in the first inning by Cole that just caught the jersey, and this one a breaking ball that gets away from Schugel. Makes you wonder when you see a pitch like that, is he running out of gas? You know, he's not accustomed to throwing 3 to 4 innings.
Yeah, I think his career high in innings pitched this year is like 2.2. So you wonder, just loses the release point on that ball, and as you said, it's a breaking ball, so no intent at all. But take advantage of it.
So that's the first base runner he's allowed tonight. In steps Holiday, 0 for 1 with a walk. Fastball and a strike.
He's thrown 37 pitches. And that's something else that I have a hard time. Players are so much bigger, stronger, they're in better condition, and yet their workload they can't handle much.
Holiday with a fly ball into right center. Carries out to McCutchen. Back to the bag goes Diaz, and there's 2 away. There are 3 lefties in the pen. If Clint Hurdle wanted to go in that direction to match up here with Adams, who could tie it up with 1 swing of the bat. You have a right-hander that's potentially on fumes, 3 lefties available. Schugel, his spot is not up for a while in their lineup. Adams has struck out twice, both times swinging. Jared Hughes has been dealing with a blister issue. Was questionable for tonight, but he's up and throwing.
Remember, he started the disabled list on the disabled list this year, a back issue. Pulled muscle in the back, I believe. But he and Tony Watson were the 2 real principal setup men for Melanson.
One ball, 1 strike on Matt Adams. Melanson has converted 15 straight save situations. We know how good and how tough he can be in the back end of games.
And over the last couple of years, he's second in total saves to our guy, Rosenthal.
Adams hits it into the shift, and Mercer puts him away. We head to the bottom of the 6th. The Pirates on top. It's 2-0. Cardinals baseball is brought to you by the new 2016 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport. And brought to you by the Missouri Tobacco Quit line. Call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. The last 31 games for the Cardinals here at this ballpark, they have won just 9 of them. And you ask why, and you look at the pitching of the Pirates, which has been dominant against St. Louis, ERA under 3. And when you have an ERA under 3 this day and age, let's get the job done. Jung Ho Gung back to Waka.
Remember before that, when they had the losing ball club, the Cardinals kind of walk in here and you knew they were going to win the series, if not sweep.
If you're a baseball fan, then you need the all-new Fox Sports app. Get highlights, interviews, injury updates, scores, and instant alerts on your favorite teams and rivals. Download it now. Visit foxsports.com/app. Brings in Starling Marte. Well, all of a sudden you look up, Michael Wacha pitching into the 6th inning against a very good hitting club and only 2 runs allowed.
And a club that really has given him a lot of trouble. So it is a step in the positive direction. But right now he's down 2-0. So in his mind, he can feel a little bit better, but until he gets a victory, it's still going to play with his psyche.
That pitch in the dirt. He's talking with Randy Flores, who is the scouting director of the Cardinals, and he felt that there'd be a number of players coming out of both USC and UCLA this year, the rivals. And Randy, of course, pitched at USC, the all-time winningest pitcher in USC history.
It's quite impressive in its own right when you think about Seaver and Randy Johnson and many others that went there.
And the Bruins, they play their home games at Jackie Robinson Stadium. 2-2, and that's a strikeout. We all know about his history in breaking baseball's color barrier, but Jackie, for those that don't know, was the first to win a varsity letter in 4 different sports at UCLA: baseball, basketball, football, and track. He won a national championship in the long jump. And what many don't know is that arguably his best sport was football. Played semi-professional football. Racially integrated Honolulu Bears. And at that time, there was the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. So the U.S. went to World War II. Robinson was called into military service. And once he returned, he tried to play football again before anything to do with baseball. But that football league was a fledgling league. So he was out there, went to Sam Houston State to be the athletic director. He missed playing sports, and lo and behold, he starts playing in the Negro Leagues, and the rest is history. He becomes the man that breaks the color barrier, but it almost never happened for Jackie Robinson.
Well, think about it, too, that he wasn't the best player in the Negro Leagues, but he had the best temperament, and Ranch Rickey could trust that he could handle all the insults, all the injustices that he had to endure.
I had one of our evenings with the Cardinals, and it was last year with Red Schoendienst, and he said that he, along with Stan the Man, stood up and told the other players wearing the Cardinal uniform, we will compete against Jackie Robinson, and if you don't like it, you can get up and leave.
There's a couple other Hall of Famers fit in that other category, that you know, Southerners that said we're not going to play until they were overruled by 2 of the best ever wore the Cardinal uniform.
And the Pirates could ill afford to lose Stewart, who's been shook up in this at bat. Remember, he's the backup catcher, and already Cervelli is out of the game with an injury. The 2-2 is hit out of play.
We know Sean Rodriguez is now kind of their go-to guy. Some with the Pirates think he's their best defensive player, but he's a super utility guy.
Two balls and 2 strikes on Stewart.
And they are carrying 5 men on their bench now. They used to have an extra reliever. Have a jam shot.
Pitch count at 95 for Michael Wacha. He is not due up until 5th in the Cardinals lineup, looking ahead to inning number 7. 2-0 Pittsburgh. Pirates got an RBI by Harrison back in the 2nd inning, and an RBI single in inning number 5 off the bat of John Jaso. Taken just a bit low. And now time is called. 3-2 the count. Wacha has struck out 5. He has walked 3. Ground ball slowly hit to short, gloved by Diaz, and he makes the play. So Wacha is through 6. And that 5th strikeout was Starling Marte. Good movement. We head to the 7th. Peralta, Moss, and Hazelbaker. Pennsylvania, along with Al Raboski and Jim Hayes, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Beautiful night for baseball. A look at our game summary. And from the Pirates' perspective, yes, they've got the lead, and that's important. 2-0 over the Cardinals. But right now, in the minds of many of their fans, Garrett Cole, who was removed from the game due to right triceps tightness, will be treated, re-examined tomorrow. And this is our Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals player hits a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri.
Now, this has been the time of the game, 7th inning and later, where the Cardinal offense has just been electric. Have to do it. Our Chevy called the bullpen. Tony Watson, one of the best setup men and left-handers that last several years, but 2014 a 163 average ERA. Last year 1.91, and this year ERA at 4.15. So starting to figure him out a little bit.
What's interesting though about Watson is that right-handers hit 172 against him. The lefties are hitting better at 222. Here's a 1-0 pitch.
You know, Dan, that's one of the little secrets that a lot of people don't realize, that you better get the if you're left, you better get right-handers out, because most of the time they're going to pinch hit for an inferior hitter.
The 2-0 to Peralta.
And if you're an everyday player like that, you're facing, you know, the best. They don't pinch hit for you, but you're a regular and usually pretty prominent. So you better get your fair share of right-handed batters out.
His ERA just recently jumped up. It was in a win against the Angels over the weekend here at PNC Park just about a week ago. Third of an inning and gave up 4 earned runs.
That'll get it.
3-1 pitch. And it's inside. So again, the tying run will come to the plate for the Cardinals, as he just missed. Peralta on base for the first time, and it brings in Brandon Moss.
How many times do we talk about the curse of a relief pitcher is to walk guys late in the ball game?
The word on Cervelli is left hand issues, so he's going to miss the rest of this game, obviously, and he'll be reevaluated after the ball game tonight. We'll see if he's available tomorrow or Sunday.
Yeah, I never really quite heard left hand pain.
That's what we got.
I'm sure it tells the story, but
0-1 the count on Brandon Moss, who is struck out and also singled. Just one of the 2 Cardinal hits tonight. The other was by Matt Carpenter, and it was his base hit back in the 3rd, if you just joined us, that knocked out Garrett Cole with the triceps issue. No balls and 2 strikes. Up the middle, and a potential double play ball. Steps on the bag, fires a strike to Jaso, in and out of the glove of Mercer, and the double play. The second turn tonight by the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Played perfectly defensively. Mercer was almost behind second.
Chevy Fox tracks and just couldn't get enough on it. The Cardinals have a loaded right-handed bench tonight because initially, with Cole on the mound, Cardinals countered with lefties. So it's players like Molina, Jerko, Grichuk, Piscotty, all available tonight. And Grichuk pinch hitting for Jeremy Hazelbaker.
Grichuk 1 for 5 off of Tony Watson.
And he skies one. Jung Ho Gung makes the catch on the line, and with that, the Cardinals are through here in the top of the 7th. Scoreless inning for Watson, and it's 2-0 Pittsburgh. Josh Harrison leads it off. A look at the Kubota power stats. It involves the offense of the Pirates. Polanco, Marte, Freese, Harrison, Jaso, the OPS leaders. Missing from that list, surprisingly, I'm sure for a lot of folks, Andrew McCutchen.
Well, we saw where he's at career lows in so many different categories right now. Grichuk stays in the game. He's out in center.
Well, the last time that Michael Wacha pitched into the 7th inning was all the way back on May 3rd. That was against the Phillies. And then after that, 6 innings, back-to-back games of 4, then 6 and 5. So much better here tonight.
Yeah, it's only allowed 1 base hit since the 2nd inning when they scored one more run.
Backhanded by Adams to Wacha, covering the bag at first for out number 1.
And also you want him to finish strong. It's 6 in a row he's retired. Hopefully get him through this inning. Then the Cardinals score 3 or more in the 8th, and he gets that first win. It's been so elusive since April 23rd.
Jordy Mercer is hit into a fielder's choice and also walked and scored back in the 5th inning on an RBI by Jaso. 2-0 Pittsburgh here in the bottom of the 7th. Fastball taken high. Well, certainly the final inning of work for Michael Wacha. His spot is due up second for the Cardinals in the top of the 8th. One ball and 1 strike.
Try Mercer, and then you get a chance to go out there and not bring in a lefty to face a pinch hitter.
Dean Kieckhafer getting loose in the Cardinals' pen, and that's tapped foul. Well, you look at the 8th inning being such a key inning for the Cardinals because you know it's the 9th. That's Mark Melancon.
But you know, Melancon hasn't been as sharp against the Cardinals this year. They put a little scare in him a couple times, so I think they got confidence. David Freese at the on-deck circle.
And the 1-2 pitch. Hit out of play. Freese had a 3-run homer yesterday in Colorado. Last 13 games, he's got 10 RBIs. As he sat in game 1 until this point.
You know, Gung has come back to the lineup, so playing time has been cut for David.
And a fly ball lifted into shallow right center. Grichuk is there for out number 2. The Cardinals, Fox Sports, State of Missouri teaming up to help you stop smoking. For more information, call the quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW. So Freese will be the pinch hitter. David's had to do that a little bit more than he's accustomed to. 2 for 5 as a pinch hitter this year. No RBIs, no home runs. Those are his season numbers thus far. He's played a little first base too.
I was going to say you get more action at first now.
2 outs and nobody on, and Freese hits a ground ball left side, gloved by Diaz, slings it over to first in a very nice play. So Michael Wacha, nicely done. Through 7, Cardinals trail 2-0. Different ways to get people out, Al.
Yeah, you know, you talk about a three-quarter delivery here. You see a splitter, and you see where his release point out there, three-quarter. We always talk about Waka throwing on a downward plane, utilizing his 6'6" frame, and you can see how he releases the ball way up there, and it's a changeup, and you got the desired reaction. The ball just sinking and changing speeds. I think Derek Lilliquist pretty happy. You know, the one thing you kind of get lost in this game is he only allowed 3 hits.
Right.
You know, he did walk 3. The problem was he gave up 2 of those 3 hits back to back when they scored in the second, and then the third of his 3 walks led off, and then the Jaso RBI base hit, and he's down 2-0. Mark Chevy called the bullpen. Feliz comes in. He'll have the 8th inning and hopefully a few more relievers behind him.
It's Fryer, Garcia, and Carpenter. And it's a base hit. So Feliz in the first pitch is greeted with a base hit, and that's right past Sean Rodriguez, the new first baseman for the Pirates.
We've talked about Rodriguez as their super utility man, and I've heard many people talk in the Pirate organization, but he's their best defensive fielder at any position. And that one just shot past him. So Fryer, 1 for 3 in the night, continues to impress.
Here's Garcia. He continues to impress for the Cardinals anytime he's on the field, whether it be in a pinch hitting role. We've seen him in a couple of the starts, which he has produced. Garcia this season is 15 for 33. That's a .455 average. And as a pinch hitter, 3 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs.
And Dan, we've noticed last year when he led the ball club with pinch hits, with not many at bats, but he has a knack for getting on base. You know, whether you're hitting for a high average like he is, but he'll take his walks, he'll get hit by pitches. And really it's a tough assignment for young players, and Cardinals have several of them that have been outstanding as pinch hitters.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Garcia, taken inside. It was last July the Tigers rolled the dice on this once very good closer after he was released by the Texas Rangers. What the Pirates were hoping is that he would get the velocity back to pre-Tommy John days. Still throwing hard, but not at that velocity that used to average 97, 98. That pitch at 96. And it's another reclamation project for pitching coach Ray Searage.
Searage, longtime Cardinal minor leaguer, and recognized one of the outstanding pitching coaches. And you're right, he's given a lot of reclamation projects, and they've paid off for the Pirates.
Here's a 2-2 pitch.
There's another left-handed pitching coach at the major league level. I was telling you that broke into ball and a lot of the theories that people have, but one thing you do, never hire a lefty to be a pitching coach. And now it seems like you got more than righties.
3-2 the count, nobody out. Fryer the runner at first as Garcia fouls it back.
And there was also a time where the majority of the pitching coaches were all former catchers, weren't even pitchers.
Dave Duncan being one of those.
Yeah.
Pitching coach Derek Lilliquist, a lefty.
Rube Walker, who was with Joe Torre with the Mets and Atlanta.
It's another 3-2 pitch. And it's another tough out for Greg Garcia. Making this tough on Feliz. Carpenter is on deck. The bullpen tonight, nothing short of sensational for Clint Hurdle's club. A.J. Schugel, 4 innings, no runs. Watson, a scoreless 7th. And now Feliz.
Feliz has been very tough off of left-handers. He's held left-handed batting to a 118 average.
It's another 3-2 pitch to Garcia. And he spoiled it. May have chased a ball.
Greg's grandfather is so well known to so many around baseball. He's, I believe, 94 now. Dave Garcia grew up in East St. Louis. Longtime player, manager, coach at the major league level. And just one of the classiest men you'll ever meet.
Ninth pitch of this at bat to Garcia. And he draws a walk.
That's
outstanding.
That's that ability. He's going to get on base.
Reminder that fans can purchase a special themed ticket to Bud Bash. You'll get a Jason Isringhausen bobblehead on Tuesday, June 14th. Purchase a VIP Bud Bash ticket for an exclusive pregame autograph session with Izzy. Tickets at cardinals.com/budbash. All-time saves leader Jason Isringhausen had to step aside because of injury in 2006. Gave way to Adam Wainwright. Helped him along in that closer's role on the way to a championship for the Cardinals. Ray Searage out to visit. We may look back at the at-bat as a key one in this game by Greg Garcia.
No doubt about it. Potential tying run on at first base. Puts a man into scoring position prior. Cardinals and their ability to score late, 7th inning or later, is #1 in the National League. Average on base percentage, slugging percentage, runs scored. Is just incredible what they've done in the 7th inning or later.
It has been a strikeout, a single, and a fly out by Carpenter. He's 1 for 3 tonight. So you've got the top of the lineup coming up now against Neftali Feliz. 2 on, nobody out. First pitch to Matt. Driven down the right field line. It is hooking. It is gone. Cardinals have the lead. Carpenter against Feliz. Knocks out his 10th home run. And St. Louis finally gets to the bullpen of Pittsburgh. A single, a walk, and now a home run, and a 3-2 Cardinals lead.
Matt Carpenter extends his hitting streak in a very emphatic way. Batting over 400 during that time. And
the key at bat in this inning, in my mind, is Greg Garcia.
Well, you just talked about it.
And Diaz with a high fly ball into deep left field. Will it carry out of here? No. Caught at the wall. He gave it a ride trying to go back-to-back with Carpenter.
Right there at the deepest part of left field. Boy, there was no doubt. The question was, would this stay fair? And it kind of went around the foul pole, but it was a line drive all the way.
This crowd has gotten quiet here tonight. The Carpenter home run, he's now up to 42 RBIs this year, and the Cardinals have their first lead of the night.
Another multi-hit game for Carp. And we came in here with very good numbers against Cole, and you thought it was going to be a big game with him. He had 3 home runs against Cole, but
it's the 4th home run allowed by Feliz.
I was a little surprised that I looked that Carpenter had never faced Feliz. Well, he has now.
Three balls, no strikes with 1 out and nobody on. Now it shapes up. You're looking at either Segrist and O in the 8th and Rosenthal in inning number 9. Bowman will have a seat. 3-1 the count.
I know Mike Matheny was concerned about using O so much, but it seems like every day he gives the affirmative that I'm ready, I'm available. And boy, is he not disappointed.
3-1 pitch. Holiday, ground ball that's hit to short. Backhanded by Mercer. 2 down. Typically, it seems, not always the case, but Segrist would come in with a lead or a tie game. O seems to be when you're trailing. And there's times that he comes in and the club is leading as well, as you get a look at our Nissan drive of the game. But more times than not, Segrist is for when the Cardinals have a lead.
I think it just kind of has worked out that way, and because of their ability to score late in a ball game, you know, many times O comes into that game maybe behind or even or something, but he does his job, and then the offense gives you that lead.
If the Cardinals do go with O, that would be the third day in a row that he's been used. However, they were quick innings in Cincinnati, which he recorded 6 outs, and 4 of those via the strikeout, and it looks to be Seung-Hwan Oh that will come in this game.
He's 33 years of age, but it seems like coming back to back to back is no problem for him.
He did that last weekend, most recently against San Francisco. Pitched in all 3 games.
Matt's got his 9-game hitting streak on the line here, so he'll take some insurance runs.
No balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Shift on here for Adams. Pair of strikeouts and a ground out. Adams pops it up to the right side, nearly to the blimp overhead. I didn't see that blimp until he hit that
pop-up.
You
never saw that? I reached up and, you know, was touching a little while ago. That
man
pop-up right there was one of the few we ever see where we could look straight out and see the ball come to this level.
There's not many baseballs that get this high.
Washington higher?
It's close.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of them are crazy.
I think Washington may be a tad bit higher.
Yeah, it's a bigger ballpark, so it kind of gives you that feel. And Dan, from a play-by-play guy's perspective, it's not easy to call fly balls here because it's totally different than any other ballparks.
You got to watch the fielders.
Yeah.
And a strikeout of Adams. However, on this home run, we knew this one was gone. Matt Carpenter with his 10th home run of the season. That 3-run. Papa to Cardinals games with the new Papa packs. These 3-game packs feature some of 2016's best games and promo giveaways, including matchups with the Cubs, Pirates, Mets, and more. They all start at just $84. Get yours now at cardinals.com/papa. So the third game in a row for Seung-Hwan Oh. Our Chevy called to the pen. His ERA entering play tonight 1.65 in his 32nd appearance of the year.
Oh, got the win yesterday, his second on the season. How about Michael Wacha? Stayed around long enough to qualify for this win if the bullpen closes out.
The top of the lineup in Sean Rodriguez. Quickly, no balls, 2 strikes.
His father's a coach in the Cardinals farm system, Rodriguez, and he has hit the Cardinals very well the last 2 years.
Brandon Moss, you saw him. He's now in left field. Stephen Piscotty takes over in right, and Randall Grichuk is in center. Well, you mentioned it, Al, how the Cardinals strike late. 15 of the 24 runs scored on this trip have happened in the 7th inning or later.
I think it was more predictable with the Reds bullpen, but Cardinals are relentless, and they got to Phillies tonight.
The 2-2 ground ball, backhanded by Diaz, uses the turf and a heads-up play. He is getting better by the minute defensively here at the big league level.
And Bob Block asked me today, I said, you know a little bit about defense, Diaz, and he said, yeah, but he goes, how's his defense? They saw him earlier in the year when he made 3 or 4 errors, and I said, well, that is slowed down, and as a matter of fact, you know, he has been credited with 12 defensive gems, the most on the team now. And you could add maybe a couple more tonight.
And a strike on Andrew McCutchen. 0 for 3 tonight, fly to right, pair of strikeouts. On the season now at 248. And the 0-1. Lined into the gap in right center field. All the way to the wall. Taken there by Piscotty, and McCutchen trots into second base with a stand-up double, his 12th of this season.
Now we're so used to perfecting the pitches away, and you see that ball stayed up a little bit, was sliding towards the outside, but was still in the strike zone. And give McCutchen some credit, he took that pitch out to right field, a pitch away from him. We might see a matchup between 2 Koreans.
And Gung, remember that first meeting against Seung-Hwan Oh, I think he struck out, but they had faced each other 12 times overseas. He is on deck. Polanco has walked. He has flied to center and also grounded out to second. 1 out, tying run in scoring position. First pitch taken for a ball. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Gregory Polanco, and a strike. One ball, 1 strike.
So Buddha, our semifinal boss.
8th inning boss. The 1-1. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Pitching multiple days in a row, a lot of that has to do with mentally going out there and wooing yourself. Physically you can do it, but as you get 3-4 times in a row, you know, you may not have quite the same stuff. But that's where a guy like O can dig down deep into his memory banks and thinking about all the saves he had in Korea and Japan the last 2 years.
And a fly ball lifted out to deep center, going back. Grichuk, and he makes the catch in front of the track. McCutchen not tagging up, and he's still at the bag at second. Donate blood with the Cardinals, Fox Sports Midwest, and the American Red Cross June 14th and 15th. The Cardinals blood drive comes at a crucial time as donations typically decline during the summer. Everyone who attempts to donate gets a special Cardinals t-shirt while supplies last. To make an appointment to donate, use the Blood Donor app or visit redcrossblood.org and enter sponsor code CARDS. Gung against O.
0 for 3 on the night.
2 ground outs and a strikeout.
That may be the best thing that, or one of the byproducts for O is finally told the Cardinals how to get him out. I mean, he wore out the Cardinals a year ago, and when he came off the disabled list, it was a 2-home-run game. There's
his first game
back, and you know, of course, I think that's when O said, "Hey, this is how we get him out."
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Popped up. Is it playable? Piscotty is over, so is Adams, and they're out of room. So no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, the Cardinals were interested in Gung before he signed with the Pirates. I don't think the Pirates really knew quite what they had, but he ended up being an outstanding ball player. Wiped out on that Coghlan takeout slide, and last year ended his season prematurely, but he would have gotten even more votes for the Rookie of the Year.
Two outs, tying run in scoring position. The 0-2. Gung to center. Grichuk is there. And the Cardinals escape the bottom of the 8th. So on this trip, Seung-Hwan Oh has been a difference maker. 3-2. He's right, rarely swings. He did that time, and it's a difference maker in this game. Our Chevy called to the pen. Kyle Lobstein is the new pitcher, a left-hander. One of the three that they have, along with Corey Lubke, another one. And a strike to Johnny Peralta. We already saw Tony Watson in this game. Neftali Feliz, A.J. Schugel, and the 0-1 pitch. Peralta was robbed back in the fourth on a sliding catch by McCutchen. Walked in the seventh and grounded back to the pitcher, Garrett Cole, at the time, back in the first. Cardinals hold on and win this game. They move ahead of the Pirates in the standings. And it's more than just a loss of a game for Pittsburgh right now. The minds of their fans are thinking about the immediate future of Garrett Cole, left with an issue in his triceps and also a left hand injury to Francisco Cervelli. That's ripped to third, and there's Gunn to make a nice play and takes an extra base hit away from Peralta. This is in the third inning. Garrett Cole, after allowing a base hit to Matt Carpenter, first man that he saw in the third inning, his night was through. And then on a swing, Cervelli, the follow through to his left hand, and he had to leave.
Now the Garrett Cole, they're talking about a tricep situation, and it didn't look like he stayed out there long to, do any damage. So hopefully they'll get a favorable report or nothing that would need to go on a DL. Cervelli, sometimes, that little wrist hook of the hymate, little bone inside the wrist that seemed like they have to have surgically repaired.
A swing and a miss by Moss. Seung-Hwan Oh is not allowed a run. 16 and a third innings now away from Busch Stadium. He's only allowed 3 hits on the road as Moss strikes out. Quickly 2 down. Plaza Tires Fox Tracks. The breaking ball, and Moss strikes out.
Krichik's second plate appearance. Popped up to third baseman first time up.
Made a couple of very good plays defensively as he took over for Hazelbaker. One was on the ball that he had to go deep into center for. The other one he had to come in on. And a ground ball that's hit to short. That'll send us to the bottom of the ninth. Trevor Rosenthal trying to close this one out. 3-2 St. Louis. Brought to you by Bud Light Live and by your local Volkswagen dealer. Happy 40th birthday to longtime Cardinal fan John Hofstetter, watching tonight on Fox Sports Midwest. What has been an exciting late inning surge by the Cardinals as they have a lead of 3-2. Took the lead on one swing of the bat, and that was Carpenter's 3-run homer. They have been two of the best closers in all of baseball, and certainly in this division. Rosenthal, Melanson, most saves since 2014. Trevor at 104, Melanson 103. Rosenthal polished off the Reds in order last night at 2 ground balls and a pop out as he picked up his 11th save of the year. It's our Chevy call to the pen.
Well, they've been so close between Melanson and Rosenthal. Rosenthal's save percentage is 87.7. Melanson 87.5. There's 0.02 of a difference in ERA between the two, with Rosenthal winning that one.
Starling Marte, Chris Stewart, Josh Harrison.
Marte has good numbers against Rosenthal, so this will be a key at bat. Get the first leadoff man of the inning. Get him out, and you're well on your way to your next save.
Marte singled and scored back in the second. He has struck out twice tonight. Fastball at 95, and it's 0-2. Yadier Molina takes over for Fryer here for inning number 9. And the 0-2. Lined into right field. Piscotty can't come up with it. Past him and to the wall. Marte can fly, and he's on his way to third. And the tying run at third base with nobody out here in the 9th.
Marte now 5 for 11 against Rosenthal. But boy, you got to be careful with his great speed. And you're going to take that chance out there, and it gets by you. You know, it's a triple at least. But if this guy doesn't have the strong arm, you know, it could have been inside the Parker. Just trying to make contact, shoots it into right field, and do you play it into a double, or do you play it into a triple?
So here's Stewart, who is 0 for 2. Infield is drawn in for the Cardinals.
I tell you, as a pitcher, I want my guy to do what he did.
Stewart took over for Francisco Cervelli, out with his sore left hand. He could tie it up. He could win it.
He's 1 for 2 off of Rosenthal.
And the 1-0 pitch taken inside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Line drive to Peralta at third base, and he steps on the bag and gets a double play. He's going to have to battle back from the 3-0 count.
Outfield is fairly shallow, and the 3-0 pitch. He walked him. A triple, a walk, and now it's Harrison. This guy is one tough out. The question will be how the Cardinals want to play their defense. The speed of Josh Harrison. It would have to be a hard hit ball to get a double play. The Cardinals looking into the dugout to see how they want to play it. He's grounded into 4 this year. If you're wondering about the strikeout, Harrison doesn't strike out all that often, 28 times, and now Mike Matheny will talk it over with his infield defense.
Harrison's 0 for 5 off of Rosenthal, but A lot of things going on here. A lot of things to think about.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Harrison has an RBI tonight. That was back in the second inning on a fielder's choice. Grounded out in the fourth, grounded out in the seventh. Infield is in. Big out here if they can make the play. All three are there. Who wants it? It's Piscotty. He makes the catch in front of Grichuk, and a big first out for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the ninth.
Both of them had long runs to come in on that ball. Remember, Carpenter was playing in, so he was backpedaling also. But give it to one of the outfielders because they have the momentum coming forward, and they can't score. Gets underneath it, not deep enough to bring in Marte. Lack of communication between them, but they don't have the major collision.
Middle infield will play for a double play. Runners at first and third. Mercer is grounded into 6, second most on the team. Runners at the corners with one out. Line drive into center field, and this game is tied. Drops in for a hit, and we're tied up at 3.
Boy, Carpenter gave it a good effort right there. Closed the gap on that little jam shot that just muscles it over the infield, and Carpenter was within inches of making a sensational play.
Even if he makes the play,
he's going to score.
You figure the speed of Marte would still score. And now it's Matt Joyce with the winning run in scoring position. Matt Joyce, 1 home run shy of 100 in his career. His last 11 pinch hitting appearances, 5 for 8, 3 walks and a home run. 6 for 17. 4 home runs overall as a pinch hitter this year. He's been one of the best in all of baseball. I'm sure that Glenn Hurta would love to pinch run for the man at second base, but he can't.
Right.
That's Stewart, his backup catcher.
And now he only has one bench player, Cole Figueroa.
So no win for Wacha. Rosenthal trying to send us now to the 10th. One with a changeup, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1. The Cardinals also down to their final position player, which is Jed Jerko. 2 balls, 1 strike here in the bottom of the ninth. Game tied at 3-3. Joyce was asked the other day about the key to his pinch hitting roles this year and why the success. He said off the bench, got to be ready, clearly. Look for 1 pitch. 1. And if you get it, you drive it. He's ahead in the count, 3 balls, 1 strike. And he takes a ball, but now the bases are loaded. And a sac fly RBI would win this game. Bases loaded for the Pirates here in the bottom of the ninth. And a chance for Sean Rodriguez. What a costly walk that is. Infield again has to come in.
And by Rodriguez, well, he's hit the Cardinals the last 2 years. He's hit 300 in this ballpark.
It's Rosenthal, it's Rodriguez. It's game one on the line. And the outfield has to play in as well. That's Moss in left, Grichuk in center, Piscotty in right. Bases loaded. First pitch. And a strike.
This year, Rodriguez hitting Cardinal pitching is.
We think about the defense here too, because the infield is in. It would have to be a hard hit ball, go to the plate, but Rodriguez runs well. Can you turn two with the throw to first? You won't get one up the middle, more than likely.
Rodriguez hitting .381 the last 2 years against the Cardinals. 16 for 42 with a home run and 4 RBIs.
In the hole, 0-2. Rosenthal looking for a strikeout.
Johnny out to talk to Rosie. Head in the count, 0-2. Now you really go for that strikeout.
Well, here's the kind of guy that you can get. He has struck out in nearly half his plate appearances this year. Ooh, just missed on the inside corner, 1-2.
A lot of times it seems like he'll go up there and swing hard. Ball inside.
The 1-2 pitch. Late with that swing and a big strikeout for Trevor Rosenthal. Now there's 2 outs. And with McCutchen coming up, we flash back. This was right before the All-Star break last year. The dramatic walk-off home run against St. Louis.
That weekend right before the All-Star break was a tough weekend for Rosenthal.
2 outs, bases loaded. McCutchen at the plate. Strike one. Andrew tonight has doubled to right center, struck out twice and fly to right. Key pitch in this inning was an 0-2 triple to start the inning by Starling Marte. That was his second triple of the year. One thing to keep in mind, I've been watching Stewart down at third base. Been limping a little bit. He's not, it doesn't look to be at least, that he's comfortable running.
Remember, he fouled that ball.
Yep.
Off his leg.
He represents the winning run. The 1-1. And a high fly ball into center. Sends us to extra innings. Catch by Grichuk. We head to the 10th, and this game is tied at 3-3. season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Game is tied at 3-3. We're in the top of the 10th here at PNC Park. And the closer for the Pirates is Mark Melancon, so tie game at home. And Clint Hurdle in extra innings will bring in his dominant closer with a 1.78 ERA, 20 strikeouts, and nearly 26 innings of work.
Still very good numbers for Melancon. First guy he will get is Yachty.
Cardinals will have Molina lead it off. Then we'll see Stephen Piscotty and Matt Carpenter. Carpenter put the Cardinals on top with a 3-run homer back in the 8th inning. Pirates come back to tie it up in the 9th. That's where we stand right now here in inning number 10. Carpenter just studying the work of Mark Melancon before he yawns.
I asked him if he's getting any sleep, and he said, I'm getting some. He's on the road, but next week at home, debatable, right?
Absolutely. Melancon pitched in both games of their doubleheader a couple of nights ago against the Mets. Did not pitch yesterday, and the first pitch is driven out to deep left field. Going back, it is Marte, and he's got it on the track. Molina on the first pitch jumped on it and gave it a ride.
And it was 3 for 8 against Melancon.
Now Stephen Piscotty, first plate appearance of the night.
Wonder if he's questioning, second guessing himself for diving on that Marte triple. Got by him, but as I said, as a pitcher, I'd love to have one of my guys trying to make that great catch.
It's a kind of play you can go for it, but somehow, some way, easier said than done. You have to keep it in front. Very tough, though.
Yeah,
that type of play.
He's trying to do an awful lot for you. He didn't play it safety, but kind of like you got a no-hitter going. You want a guy to try to go all out for a certain play, and then you have to believe as a pitcher that you're good enough to pitch around it. But it does put you in a hole with a leadoff triple.
1 ball, 1 strike on Stephen Piscotty. Numbers have tailed off a little bit here in the month of June. Remember, he was hit by a pitch earlier this week, and it does make you wonder if it's been a little tougher to extend because he was hit on the arm and near the elbow. Let's hit down the right field line and out of play.
Yeah, I thought there was a couple games where he showed signs where maybe he was wearing down a little bit, but he's so good. And the fact of you see those numbers there in June, but kind of he can change in the middle of an at bat, makes adjustments better than most.
Cardinals have a right-hander throwing in their pen. Count runs full, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Melancon doesn't walk many, so you expect a pitch in the strike zone.
He has only walked 5 this year in 26 innings of work. 3-2 pitch.
A lot of cutters and knuckle curveballs from Melancon.
This is only the Cardinals' second extra inning game of the entire year. First one was right here in Pittsburgh. It was back on April 5th. Inside, and Piscotty draws a 1-out walk.
Pretty close pitch to take right there. And walks late in ball game, extra innings. Boy, that spells doom. See if that holds true here.
Carpenter, his 10th home run back in the 8th inning. Put the Cardinals on top 3-2. First pitch is strike. So we take you back. First pitch, Neftali Feliz hooked it inside the foul pole down the right field line. A 3-run homer.
Line drive. It was his second hit of the night. He also lined out to center field. Struck out the first time on a pitch we showed that was out of the strike zone. So he's seeing it well.
Here's the 0-1.
Never really had any success against Melanson. He's 2 for 12.
Two balls and 1 strike. Carpenter has a great ability not to expand the zone. If he's going well, if he's going poorly, he just will not expand the zone for the most part.
I think he knows the strike zone so well. And last year was documented that, in his strikeouts, umpires were wrong most times, more than any other hitter.
He's in the driver's seat now. 3-1 the count. Three-1 pitch to Carpenter. Back-to-back walks. Go-ahead run in scoring position, and it brings in ALEDMYS DIAZ.
Rosenthal has walked way too many, and he had 2 in his inning of work, but very unusual for Melanson to walk back-to-back hitters. Only 7 on the year now with the 2 walks tonight. He is 1 for 1, a double off of Melanson.
Sent one to the wall back in the 8th inning. Twice he's been hit by a pitch and grounded into a 4-6-3 double play. That was back in the 3rd inning. Runners at first and second, back-to-back walks. First pitch to Diaz. Take it for a strike. Oh, 2.
Broxton will be the next Cardinal pitcher. Will it be picking up a save opportunity?
Carpenter at first, Piscotty at second. No balls, 2 strikes as we play here in the top of the 10th. Outfield is straight away for ALEDMYS DIAZ.
He's got 3 straight knuckle curves. Pulled a little bit by the second one, but that time he did a good job to lay off the 3rd one.
1-2 the count. And Melanson now getting set. Jed Jerko, the final position player for the Cardinals, has moved to the on-deck circle. His time is called. Stewart out to visit with his closer. It is early June. You don't really look at the standings so much right now and put a lot of stock into it because there's a ton of baseball left to be played. Having said that, very important series between these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. Playing for second place right now, and hopefully somebody gets on a roll and puts a little pressure on the Cubs, who are losing tonight at Atlanta 3-1.
1-2 the count on ALEDMYS Diaz. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And off that pitch now. It's like it's been all knuckle curves that Diaz has seen. Throw enough of them, you're going to hang one. I think both the Pirates and the Cardinals really got to take care of their own business before they can worry about the Cubs or anybody else.
The 2-2 pitch with 2 on. Went with a fastball in on his hands, fought it off. We'll do it again.
You see Diaz, when he gets a fastball or a pitch in the middle half, that's when he can really turn on and jack it out of here. But he also has that good speed, and a lot of times he'll top a ball here and there, and he leads the National League in infield hits.
Taken low. Again, he lays off that knuckle curve, and it's 3-2.
This one was much closer, but still you can see it on the ground bouncing. Is that a good at bat? Getting off some tough pitches.
Melanson 1 pitch away from walking the bases loaded. Would he do it? We're about to find out. The 3-2 on its way. Mark was picked up from Boston. Joel Hanrahan went the other way, along with Brock Holt, who's turned into an all-star for the Red Sox. Melanson's been a 2-time all-star. Last year picked up the Trevor Hoffman National League Reliever of the Year award.
Remember, he was with Houston at one time and pitched really well, and now he's with Boston. Things didn't go that well, but Pirate scouts said he's still throwing the ball well, and they thought they're not surprised at all that the success he's had with the Pirates the last few years.
He started with the Yankees. 3-2 pitch to Diaz. Good at bat again. For the Cardinals here, late innings, grinding through some of these at bats. Think about Greg Garcia's, and now this one from ALEDMYS Diaz. Good at bat with 1 out. Started by Steven Piscotty after the flyout by Molina. So 21 pitches in the inning for Mark Melanson.
And all the cutters or knuckle curves. About time to hang them.
The 3-2 pitch on the inside corner, struck him out. Tough pitch.
I will see by here that Diaz was kind of fooled a little bit, but you can see that that should have been ball 4, but it's not. And second out, Jerko has a chance to jerk one out of here and give the Cardinals the lead again.
One for 4 against Melanson. Jerko pinch hitting for Trevor Rosenthal, the final position player for the Cardinals being used right here.
Who would you Leak or Wainwright be your first pinch hitter?
Wainwright. You?
Probably Wainwright,
yeah.
But you know, Mike Leake has more experience in that pinch hitting.
2 outs, 2 on. First pitch to Jerko. He's going with that knuckle curve an awful lot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you're just seeing the cutter primarily.
Oh, 2.
About 10 miles, 12 miles an hour difference between the knuckle curve and the cutter, and both of them are moving.
Steven Strasburg, the first 10-game winner. He picks up the win. He's now 10-0 for the Nationals.
Started that game, Kershaw against Cueto out in San Francisco, and it's like an early lead for the Dodgers, 1-0.
1-2 the count with 2 on and 2 outs. Jerko hits a ground ball to third. Gung will go across the diamond. Cardinals strand 2. We head to the bottom of the 10th. All tied up 3-3 here in game 1. Carpenter in the 8th put the Cardinals on top 3-2. Then it was a leadoff triple. And eventually Marte brought in with a base hit that he fought off into center field to tie this game up at 3. Off the bat of Jordy Mercer, and that's where we are right now. 3-3, bottom of the 10th. The Cards and the Pirates, this all-important first game of this weekend series.
Broxton will come in here and try and shut down the Buccos.
Gregory Polanco 0 for 3 with a walk. It's Polanco, Gung, and Marte. Outfield is deep as we start play here in the bottom of the 10th. Trying to bunt his way on. Taken there by Molina. Heads up play to make sure it did not roll foul. He knew he had a play on Gregory Polanco, and he made it with a strike to first base. 1 pitch, 1 out.
He pounced on that ball, and you sit there and look at it. You got an out right there. He's a tough hitter and a guy with a great speed. So jump on it. It's a fair ball. Gun him out, and there you see 2 hands by Adams. And that's a help right there for Broxton.
most at this level would field that. Not all would. Some would say that's going to roll foul, and I'm not taking the chance.
I don't think that one was going to roll foul.
Now Jung Ho Gung.
Bounces it here. It looks like that ball stopped, but it's definitely not going to roll left and foul. And with his arm, he can make up for that good speed of Polanco, and he guns him out.
0-1 hit down the right field line and out of play. Looking ahead to the 11th, if we get there, Cardinals would have Adams, Peralta, and Moss. Did not go. Two balls and 2 strikes. Three and 2. Gung is hitless tonight, 0 for 4. Lined out back in the 8th. A couple of ground balls turned into outs, 1 to third, 1 back to the pitcher, and was called out on strikes back in the first inning. The 3-2 pitch from Broxton.
Every pitch this at bat has been a slider. Stayed up a little bit, but couldn't center it.
Base hit into right. And the winning run is aboard for Pittsburgh. No position players left for the Cardinals, by the way, on their bench. In the bullpen, Bowman, Segrist, Kekeffer, and Lyons. Here's Starling Marte.
This is the one guy that Mike Matheny didn't want to see against Broxton. He's 6 for 8 with a couple home runs.
It was Marte and his triple to lead off the bottom of the 9th at the Pirates in a position to tie it up. He scored the tying run. Marte just missed it. He skies one into center field. Grichuk dropped it. Throw into second base, and they'll get the lead man.
That saves Grichuk a little bit right there, but
however, you get Young off the bases, and now you have the speed of Marte to play with.
True. But
nowhere to go for Gung. 999 times out of 1,000, this is caught.
Yeah, and should be caught all 1,000 times. So got to retreat right in the middle of the glove, but he reacts quickly and gets the ball in. 2 hands.
So now you have the speed of Marte. which could be a difference maker with Stewart at the plate and a big gap in left center field. He puts one in the gap. Marte can score. Now time is called late. Not to harp on the situation, but that's a big drop. I mean, you get the out, but you have one of the fastest runners in the game now at first base. And that can't happen.
There's little things inside of the game that, you know, you make enough of those mistakes, it costs you. Usually a lot of times in extra innings, it's not so much one team wins, it's another team loses it.
Marte with 18 steals too. That's another thing to think about. Broxton not very fast to the plate. There he goes. Good jump. Molina's throw to second is not in time. Now your winning run is in scoring position.
Oh, that's a very good point, Danny. We're talking about the speed of Marte and putting him out there, and now he finds himself in scoring position. Or 2 out, so Broxton work on that hitter, concentrate on the hitter, and he can't score.
'19th stolen base for Starling Marte.
See, clearly safe, and we're just trying to make sure he stayed on the bag.
Base hit could win it. And with that, too, now you have to have the outfield playing more in for potential play at the plate. So what could be a ball that's catchable beyond their reach and deeper in the outfield turns into a hit and a potential game winner. So it changes the complexion of this inning.
And just face it, any base hit to the outfield, I don't think our fielders can throw out Marte. As good as Piscotty's arm is, and Grichuk, you know, he's just got too much flat out speed.
1-2 to count.
Big gap out in left center as they play Stewart to hit to right field.
And the 1-2 pitch, Broxton to Stewart. Grichuk has not been throwing the ball all that well. Been nursing what has been a sore elbow. He did throw the ball well in spring. Moss not noted for his arm. The only chance the Cardinals would have on a base hit would be to right field. And the throwing arm of Piscotty. And even that would be a tall over.
I mean, it would have to be a line drive right, one hopper.
2-2 pitch. 3-2. Stewart came in for Francisco Cervelli. He was hurt on a pitch, swinging through it back in the 4th. He grounded out to 3rd. He's grounded also to short and then walked in the 9th. When Marte got at first base, you knew he was off. Broxton has allowed 5 stolen bases, tied for the most among all relievers in the National League.
But, you know, kind of the funny thing is the first time Yachty ever threw out Billy Hamilton was Broxton on the mound.
3-2 pitch and a strikeout. So it's all for naught. Broxton gets the strikeout. And we head to inning number 11. We're all tied up. It's 3-3. Beef jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky, feed your wild side. So the Cardinals have Adams, Peralta, and Moss coming up here in the top of the 11th. They'll face a right-hander with this game tied up at 3-3. The Pirates are trying to avoid having to pitch Jared Hughes, dealing with a blister issue. We'll see if that affects him at all here in this game tonight. Hughes has been very good in the last couple of years. This season started on the DL. This will be his 20th appearance of the season.
Surrendered a game-tying 2-run homer Conforto with the Mets in the 8th inning on Wednesday and suffered a blown save. Matt Adams, another opportunity to extend his hitting streak. Looking for number 10 and trying to reach base for what, 21st straight game?
Yep. First pitch to Adams. Hits it out of play. He's had a tough night. 3 strikeouts, also grounded out to short. Jared Hughes was one of the main setup pitchers to get to Melanson the last couple of years for the Pirates. Adams 0 for 5 against this right-hander. And as much as they are shifting here against Adams, not sure what would surprise anybody except the Pirates if he would drop down a bunt. Certainly he could swing and put you on top, but he's been known to do that against exaggerated shifts. Or do that, try to hit it the other way.
Just seems mad who went to Slippery Rock. He's from this area, and it seems like he's never hit well in this ballpark.
And the 1-2. Hits it down the right field line and foul. She brought a glove and sign her up. She made the play.
She's excited, but her friend's equally excited, if not more.
Yeah, they just met 15 seconds ago, too. That's amazing.
What baseball will do for you.
In the dirt. Two and two the count. Puts it in play. Hit to Gunn, who's at that shortstop position, and Adams, first time in a while he's been hitless in a game. So Lukey is the available pitcher. Left for Clint Hurdle, out of position players with the exception of Figueroa. Lukey has been a long man of sorts. And now Juan Nicasio, who is a starter, getting loose for the Pirates. You have to remember, the Pirates are coming off a doubleheader earlier this week. Gunn, the stretch, and safe. Almost a remarkable stretch by Sean Rodriguez to come up without number 2.
Asked for a umpire's review. Comes in here, bare hands it. Peralta running hard. You see the stretch. And I think his foot comes off the bag clearly, and doesn't look like this one should last very long.
This should be one review and let's go.
Go. Or somebody in New York says, don't even worry about it.
Well, right now they should be on there telling him, the crew chief, we've already seen it. He's off the bag. We saw the one replay that definitely shows it. Move on. Again, they're supposed to be looking at these plays the minute that it happens, the second that it happens. Roll it back. And if it's a definitive view, let them know.
Let me ask you, Dan, do you know how many review umpires you have there in New York?
They are. It's a handful. And so
it has to be, you know.
It's 5 or 6, I believe.
Well, see, that could be not even enough because you could be.
They're all watching different games, but
well, you have 7 or 8 different recalls that are reviews at the same time.
Rodriguez trying to make his case that he was on the bag, and so they're going to take a look at this. Cardinals would have Peralta at first base, and then Moss coming up against a right-hander.
Well, it's obvious that they have not seen that replay that we saw to be still talking about it. Stretch, his toe, his foot comes off. You see the separation right there. Should be no question.
There are 8 replay officials. Each crew has a designated crew chief. So
yeah,
that answers your question.
You got 15 games max going on nightly. You could have done that 2 minutes ago.
Glenn Hurdle's jaws could bench press 400 pounds.
How many pieces of gum do you think goes through nightly?
Chomp, 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 chomp.
Peralta's now 4 for 6 off a fuse.
So 1 out and a runner at first. And the first pitch to Moss is taken for a ball.
Moss 1 for 2 off this big right-hander.
Outfield is deep. Short lead at first. Shift on for Moss. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Randall Grichuk is on deck.
Winner of this game is going to go into second place in the National League Central and pick up a game on the Cubs tonight.
He was talking to himself as he gets the sign. Moss in a hitter's count. The 2-0 pitch. And he hits it the other way. Moss is one of those guys that he comes up in these kind of spots, and you're a fan at home, you stop because he might just deliver that big blow. You know he's going for it.
Not a big guy, but you're right. You know, high percentage striking out, but when he connects, the ball jumps and it travels.
The 2-1 pitch to Moss. Little squibber, and Hughes is off the mound, throws to second, and they'll get the lead man. Still not an easy play to spin and throw and make sure it's a strike to get that lead man, which you have to do in this spot.
You're right. And you know, you got that shift on, you kind of feel like you're the Lone Ranger over there patrolling the whole left side of the infield.
Well, you know it's human nature. You had the drop in center. You come away unscathed. But you want to make up for it. And that's the spot that Randall Grichuk is in right here. Did not cost the Cardinals. Very fortunate it did not. And he'd love to make him pay. You may notice that Grichuk not laying the bat nearly as parallel to the ground anymore. And a lot of that has to do with his top hand and trying to get through the ball and be able to make the adjustment against a breaking ball. Here's a 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. We've got Molina on deck. Some night off for Yadi, huh?
Yeah.
Outfield is straight away. They are deep.
And you never want to have that situation happen to Grichuk where ball hits your glove and bounces out in that situation. But you know what? You learn from those things. And you learn never to do it again. And lucky it didn't cost his team.
2-1 pitch. Previous pitch outside. That pitch inside. Both may have been balls. Regardless, a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes on Randal Grichuk. All kinds of room now to the right side of the infield as they shift on the Cardinals center fielder. Moss is your runner at first base. That sends us to the bottom of the 11th. Hughes, a scoreless inning. We're tied up. Cards and Pirates at 3-3. PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Cardinals had a 3-2 lead heading into the 9th. And they tied it up. The Pirates did 3-3, and that's where we stand right now here in the bottom of the 11th. Josh Harrison will lead it off. It's the second inning of work for Jonathan Broxton. Strike one.
Not accustomed to seeing Broxton go 2 innings, but you got a couple long guys in the bullpen, but you got to think about the rest of this weekend.
Harrison has an RBI tonight. That was back in the 2nd inning. Off the mask of Yadier Molina with a chest protector. Either way, it's strike 2. 0-2 the count on Harrison. Came in the top 4 in hitting in the National League. It's a dangerous lineup the Pirates have with all their speed. They average nearly 5 runs a game. Foul back. 1-2.
Played very well here in their home ballpark. Second to the Cardinals at home winning percentage the last few years.
Neither club has a pitcher up and throwing in the bullpen. So if we get to the 12th, it would be Hughes again. On 1-2. Hit the other way. And this time, Piscotty makes the catch. That's the first out.
Good jump on that ball and comes in and catches it.
So the game summary, Pirates jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Picked up a run in the second, another one in inning number 5. Cardinals with 3 in the 8th after 7 strong innings from Michael Walker. He had a chance to pick up a win. And then Rosenthal came in, takes a blown save. We're tied up at 3. Jordy Mercer fought off a pitch into shallow center that scored Starling Marte to tie the game up. And a strike.
One of the real shames is Walker pitched well enough to get this win and kind of reward him with that win. But now he's got another 5 days to think about. He's winless. Winless since April 23rd. With Wainwright today, we talked about complimenting how great he pitched last night. He goes, pitching is contagious. And we were hoping that Walker would have a good start, and he did.
0-2 the count. Elevated that pitch. Mentioned that the Cubs lose tonight. They lose by more than 3 runs for just the 4th time this year. The final was 5-1 Atlanta. It's not just winning, they have dominated the league. Jammed him.
And they haven't hit as well as, you know, some of their cogs in that lineup haven't really had the type of years you would expect from them. Schwarber goes out. Injury, that's a big blow, but they're getting great pitching on a nightly basis.
Going to the count on Jordy Mercer. Big gap in left center. Broxton misses outside. Good pitch though on 0-2. The Cardinals, if they could win tonight, they would go to 5 games above 500 for the first time all year. Put in play and right past Nick Leyva.
His first game so important, sets a tone for the weekend. They got Liriano going tomorrow, which they say he's struggling, but he's facing the Cardinals. He just
1-2 the count. The next by Broxton to Mercer. Ground ball. Charging. Diaz. Wide throw, and Adams is on the bag. The fans will hoot and holler. Play that stayed.
They must not have seen the replay that we saw.
Right.
For them to react that way and be surprised that their runner was out.
It's a good example, that ground ball, what the Cardinals have been trying to preach with ALEDMYS Diaz about coming in on the ball, not staying back. And Adams kept his foot in the corner of the bag, and clearly you can see it there.
I meant, instead of their runner being called out, it was Peralta's safe as Rodriguez's foot came off the bag on a low throw.
So Figueroa, the final bench player for the Pirates, will hit here. Cole Figueroa. Fastball taken outside at 95.
Is he old enough to be up this late?
28 pitches here for Jonathan Broxton. You have to think this would be his final inning of work. Trying to put up 2 scoreless innings and send us to the 12th. One ball, 1 strike. Nationally televised game tomorrow with Liriano and Carlos Martinez. Sunday night baseball, Mike Leake and Jonathan Neese. Off day for the club on Monday. Then back at it Tuesday night at Busch Stadium. There's Broxton off the mound, cat-like, and he makes the play. Good work by Jonathan with 2 scoreless innings. Inning number 12 upcoming. Right-hander is in for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Jonathan Broxton, by the way, 2 innings pitched in a game for the first time since June of 2012. This is our Chevy call to the pen. That was in St. Louis. He was a member of the Royals. Blew a save in the 14th. Royals took the lead in the 15th, and then he pitched that inning. This is Juan Nicasio. Made a start against the Cardinals and was very good.
Had big strikeout games in spring training. Another one of the reclamation projects. David Bell and Mike Matheny going over and trying to think about what they're going. You know, you got a lot of decisions. You just don't have a lot of players to make them with. And both teams have run out of position players.
Juan Nicasio, his numbers this year: 11 starts, record of 5-4. He's previously pitched with Colorado and the Dodgers. He is from the Dominican. Originally signed with Colorado at the age of 19. And again, Molina swinging on that first pitch, and that catches our home plate umpire.
You see the, he's talking about, maybe because that foul ball, he walked all the way out to Nicasio and trying to deke everybody, not thinking it was hurt. But
well, Nicasio, that spring that you're talking about, he struck out 24 in 15 innings, and then that sent Ryan Vogelsong to their bullpen. He beat him out for the 5th spot in their rotation and had very good velocity in spring training. Here's a 0-1 pitch.
And it was that March 17th start against the Baltimore Orioles. He struck out 10 of 14 batters he faced. And they've got him just being simple. You know, one pitch at a time, one hitter at a time.
Well, here's a start
simple
that
approach.
He had the 6 innings. Remember, he started against the Cardinals earlier this year.
Remember, that was when they were striking out every Cardinal batter.
And Molina strikes out to start inning number 12. Here's Steven Piscotty. Took a chance on a fly ball line drive on an 0-2 pitch hit by Marte back in the bottom of the 9th. It got by him, turned into a triple, and Marte then came around to score.
You know, think about it, coming off the batter, right-handed batter is going to keep on slicing away from him. Tried to make a great play and got by him and had to go back and track it down up against the Clemente wall in right field.
Off the mask of Stewart. 2 balls and 1 strike. Looking at the Cardinals bullpen right now in this game, a little bit better shape than the Pirates. Cardinals have used Broxton for 2 innings, Rosenthal 0. They all have pitched. You've got Lyons, you've got Keycaffer, you've got Matt Bowman right there, Kevin Segrist, if need be. And the 2-2 pitch to Piscotty. Up and in. Count of 3 balls and 2 strikes. The 3-2 pitch and a strikeout of Piscotty.
Slider, finish it off down and away, right on the black. So Casio's come in, struck out both men he's faced, and here's where you talk about 11 starts this year in 12 games. So he can go the distance for them probably.
So 2 outs and nobody on. That pitch taken for a ball. Carpenter put the Cardinals on top with a 3-run homer back in the 8th inning. His 10th of the year, up to 42 RBIs. Cardinals back to the top of the lineup. Looks at a strike. So many games here for the Pirates. They had an off day yesterday that turned into a game at Colorado, coming off the heels in which they had a series that featured a doubleheader.
Coming in today, they had 5 games in 4 days in 3 cities. They did a little rough spell too. They're 3 wins in their last 10 games.
1-2 pitch to Matt Carpenter.
Did we see a rarity there with Hurdle? No gum?
May have had seeds.
Think about the coaching staff and the ties with the Cardinals. Serge pitched in the Cardinal organization. Leyva played and coached in the Cardinal organization, and Clint Hurdle played in the Cardinal organization.
Three and 2 the count. ALEDMYS Diaz is on deck. 2 outs and nobody on. And the next pitch to Carpenter. Watch out. Right by John Mabry and Jonathan Broxton.
Is that netting in front? So many of these ballparks didn't have netting at one time. Isn't there netting there? Or?
There is below.
Yeah, below, not in between.
3-2 pitch. One thing you can count on with Carpenter, not giving away your bats, battling. Club got in about 2 o'clock in the morning or so. Some of the players, tough for them to fall asleep. Talking with some guys, they didn't fall asleep till 4 or 5 in the morning. 3-2 pitch. Good at bat again. And Matt Carpenter is aboard.
He's on base for the 4th time tonight. 2 hits, 3-run home run, single, 2 walks.
Ray Searage out to visit with Diaz, or rather Nicasio, with Diaz coming up.
Matt Bowman picked up his first major league win in Cincinnati. Hopefully he can get his first major league save. Diaz can do something.
They will walk ALEDMYS Diaz to get to Adam Wainwright. So there's our answer about who would pinch hit. Out of position players, so they'll go with Wainwright. Wainwright this season obviously is not pinch hit. However, he has handled the bat quite well. 5 for 22, 3 doubles, a triple, a home run, and he has driven in 8 RBIs. And I'm sure this is the last thought in his mind after such a terrific pitching performance yesterday, that he be brought into this game as a pinch hitter, but you never know, and here we go.
I'm sure that watching this game, and either David Bell or I'm sure in his own mind, he knew that this was a possibility. He and Mike Leake thinking about this. And that kind of explains why Ray Searage went out to talk to Nicasio to explain that, hey, we're going to intentionally walk him because Wainwright is going to pinch hit.
You know, for both managers, this is gut-wrenching. You just walked the potential go-ahead run in scoring position, and from Mike Matheny's perspective, it's don't get hurt.
Yeah.
2 outs and 2 on. Good cut. Fouled back.
Great competitor that Adam is, and you know, a serious competitor, and he's up there. He's thrilled to death to get this opportunity, but in his mind, he's going to win the game for the Cardinals.
And an 0-1 pitch to Adam Wainwright. Taken for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Wainwright is your pinch hitter for Jonathan Broxton, who goes 2 innings here tonight. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Wainwright into left center field. He delivers off the bench all the way to the wall. Wainwright on his way to second. 2-run score. Adam Wainwright puts the Cardinals on top in the 12th.
10 RBIs in the season with Adam, and he plugged the gap out there. His teammates loved it. He was animated, looking into the dugout. And how about the fact with Diaz running, they get 2 runs out of it. Now Martinez is going to pinch run for Adam Wainwright out at second base. But Adam, you can see there, good swing and everything. Plug the gap. Bench goes crazy. They're all helping Diaz come around there. And look at Adam Wainwright. I don't think that's going to pick this team up. And Bowman will have his chance to get that first major league save. And you talk about hurdle. You know, you sit there and you go, you can do all the things you want to do, but it's up to the execution of the players. Made perfect sense in his mind, but Adam foiled that thinking.
Wainwright on his way to a silver slugger.
I think he's
sixth hit, fourth double, 10 RBIs.
His sixth extra base hit too.
Had the triple and the home run to go along with the 4 doubles. Adds up to 6.
Way to go, Adam. Oh, he's thinking about talking to Cat.
Well, right now, that's one of the biggest hits of the year.
No doubt. But you got to close it out and win this game. Adam 0 for 5 and got that 9-game hitting streak on the line. Pick it up right here.
Martinez, your runner at second base. And a swing and a miss by Adams. Adam Wainwright has put the Cardinals on top. Three-two pitch. And the next to Matt Adams is pulled foul. And Adams hits it out to deep right field, and this ball is off the wall. A run will score. Adams on his way to second, and it's now 21 straight that he has reached base in. That extends the lead to 6-3 to score Carlos Martinez.
Also, his career high hitting streak now at 10, along with those 21 straight games reaching base. Martinez pinch ran for Wainwright, and he comes in. Hey, this don't stop now. 3-2 pitch. The ball completely out of the strike zone. He went up, hooked it.
And a strike on Johnny Peralta.
To 3 for 4 off Nicasio. Great places with Adams.
Go back since 1974. The most RBIs for a pitcher in Cardinals history is 12. That's Bob Forsch, and Wainwright already at 10.
Right.
Forsch did that back in 1986. That's a fair ball. Long throw here. Peralta beats it out. Throw goes in the stands, and Adams will score, and it's a 4-run lead for the Cardinals. So it's a single for Peralta and an error on Gung, his second this year.
Peralta, 2 infield singles last 2 times up. No RBI on the play, but the infield single. Momentum carries him into foul territory. Slipped a little bit there, and the long throw and goes off the glove of Rodriguez into the camera well, and so he's awarded second base.
So here is Brandon Moss. with 2 outs and a runner at second base. And the Cardinals have picked up 4 runs here in the top of the 12th. Strike 1 on Moss.
Make a statement. Set the tone for this weekend.
No balls and 2 strikes. And the 0-2 pitch to Moss. High drive into deep right field. Trek wall gone. Number 14 for Brandon Moss, a 2-run homer. And the Cardinals are piling on here in extra innings. Here it is now 9-3 in the 12th.
Ocasio strikes out the first 2 batters this inning. The starter most of the year. He had 1 relief appearance prior to tonight, and all of a sudden he can't get the 3rd out. The Cardinals just keep on piling on.
6 runs here in the top of the 12th for the Cardinals. And it brings in Randal Grichuk.
Grichuk have a little fun. He came in late in this ball game and he's 0 for 3.
A 2-strike pitch. He hung it, and Moss, as he's done 14 times this year, puts it over the wall.
High towering fly ball, and looked like it ended in the first row, but that was sweet.
And a 1-2 pitch. Grichuk with a high fly ball. The Cardinals pick up 6 runs here in the 12th inning, highlighted by the pinch hitting heroics of Adam Wainwright. Off the bench, strokes a double that scores 2 and breaks open a tie game. Cardinals on top. It's 9-3. Five or more runs in an inning, trailing only Cincinnati in the National League, tied with Chicago. Cardinals with a 9-3 lead with 6 runs in the top of the 12th. And now it's Bowman with our Chevy called to the pen.
Well, they won't get the chance for the save, but they get a chance to close this one out. Picked up his first major league win his last time out. Remember, he got the final out, and that came in with a stopped the scoring for Cincinnati in relief of Jaime Garcia. Rule 5 selection, so he has to stay with the club all season long.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to Rodriguez. And it's 0-2.
And the way he's pitched, you know, I mean, he's a plus. He's
No doubt.
A weapon out there, and sometimes in championship caliber clubs or good clubs, it's hard to carry a Rule 5 pick. He's done a nice job. Last year he led the Pacific Coast League in losses pitching in Las Vegas, but you can't judge pitching there.
Lined into center field. Leadoff base hit, Sean Rodriguez.
Pitching in the Mets rotation there at AAA, and see why he's left off the 40-man roster with their good young pitching. But Cardinals like him coming out of the bullpen because of that power sinker. See if he can't get one right here and get a double play ball.
Andrew McCutchen with nobody out. Here in the bottom of the 12th, and a strike.
McCutchen is 2 for 2 against him.
Talked about how the Cardinals have grinded through a few of these at-bats tonight. You know, in that inning, the top half of this 12th, it was Matt Carpenter who was down to his final strike in that at-bat at 1-2.
It seemed like most of the guys all had 2 strikes.
Talk about it a lot. You think about signature wins throughout a season. This could be one of those.
No doubt.
Chance to go to a season high 5 games above the 500 mark. And the 1-2 pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
The way the Cardinals just keep on scoring and scoring late in ball games. And give you that impression you're never out of a contest, and they really aren't. Starting pitching's getting a little bit better.
Two, hit to short, out at second, and safe at first. One out, McCutchen at first base with this 9-3 Cardinal lead in the bottom of the 12th. And a pitch taken low. Two and 0. Gregory Polanco at the plate. Again tomorrow on Big Fox. Sunday night, ESPN. Off day Monday. We're back with you Tuesday from Busch Stadium. The 2-0 pitch. Chase the ball, and it's 2-1.
And it's interesting to see how Bowman handles this right now. You know, McCutchen was 2 for 2 against him. Got a ground ball right there. Polanco is 1 for 2 with his one hit, a home run against him. This is where you really want to see him to kind of go out there and attack the strike zone.
Line to second, out there onto first. Cardinals win it 9-3 in 12 innings, and what a way to win game 1 of this series. They end it with a double play, and who else? It's Carpenter who starts it.
Yeah, what a contest here. Hard fought game on both sides. set the tone for this weekend. The Cardinals do so with a convincing victory. Congratulations to Wainwright getting that game-winning hit. A blown save by Rosenthal, but you know, everybody else pitched very well in this ball game, and even his was a little bit tainted with Piscotty trying to make the circus catch.
Well, we say it all the time. It's a total team effort. Tonight, we really mean it. The Cardinals win it by the final of 9-3, highlighted by a crucial pinch hit double from Adam Wainwright. Post-game show comes your way next.